main god of Egypt. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1: The Eternal Call. The starry sky is so magnificent, the Milky Way pours down and flows, and the stars fill the deep sky, shining brightly. A cold night wind blows across the cliff, making a rustling sound. Fang Sui, who is propping himself up on the cliff on the mountainside, shudders quietly, looking around, looking for the next support point, to continue climbing to the top of the cliff. It is midsummer at this moment, but the Sinai Peninsula, located in the east of Africa, connecting the African and Asian continents, and belonging to the Egyptian territory, is affected by the desert climate of the surrounding areas, but the temperature difference between day and night is very large. It is especially cold in the early morning, when the sun is about to rise. Fang Sui loves traveling and rock climbing. At this time, he is climbing a steep cliff of Mount Sinai on the Sinai Peninsula, which is known as the sacred mountain of Christianity. Climbing at night is a particularly dangerous type of rock climbing, which is called blind climbing. Skills, experience, caution, and unwavering will are all indispensable. His goal was to reach the top of the mountain at the moment of dawn and watch the Sinai sunrise, which is known as the most beautiful sunrise in the world. Fang Sui's movements in climbing the mountain wall were swift and agile, and the muscles all over his body seemed to be connected as a whole, working together. The whole process of climbing the cliff revealed an indescribable calmness, and there was a strange sense of power that matched the rhythm of nature. Although he had made full preparations beforehand, the process of really starting to climb the mountain wall was still very difficult. There were several unexpected dangers, but fortunately he overcame them one by one. Half a quarter of an hour later, Fang Sui was less than 10 feet away from the top of the mountain, and success was in sight. At this time, the dawn was just beginning to break out in the sky, covering the entire Sinai mountain in a layer of light transformed by the morning glow, and it was as ethereal as a fairyland. The various legends about Mount Sinai have been full of mystery since ancient times. It is located in the south-central part of the Sinai Peninsula. The highest peak is 2,285 meters above sea level, and is called the God Peak in Christianity. Legend has it that more than 3,000 years ago, during the 19th dynasty of ancient Egypt, Moses, the leader of the Israelites, saw God appear on the top of Mount Sinai, and was given the 10 Commandments. Because it is recognized that God is on the mountain, it has become a common holy place for Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and a well-known tourist destination. The world-famous St. Catherine's Monastery is located on Mount Sinai. Many places on the mountain are not only crowded with tourists, but also often see ascetic believers. The most amazing thing is that on some of the mountains, there are still stone carvings from long ago, full of mottled traces of time, most of which are blurred, and can only be vaguely recognized. They depict the ancient ancestors' worship of the sun. Although they are severely damaged and discolored, they have a kind of wild and simple beauty that jumps out before your eyes. Some stone carvings seem to contain supernatural powers, and are full of mysterious meanings. If you look down from the sky, the endless Sinai mountain with its peaks standing one after another looks like a huge and extensive ancient stone formation, which has been running non-stop for thousands of years, crossing the barriers of space, transmitting a kind of power to the vast universe, as if communicating with a certain god, silently waiting for a response. At this time, Fang Sui, who was alone on a steep cliff, showed a bright smile that was about to greet the sunrise. Suddenly, he shouted, exerted his strength with his hands and feet, and finally climbed to the top of the mountain, before he was exhausted, and successfully reached the top. The boundless sky, just at this moment, showed the divine power of the rising sun, and the world suddenly became bright. Fang Sui's young face was calm. After adjusting his breathing, he stood tall for a moment, and then took out food and water from a travel bag placed on the top of the mountain. When he surveyed the cliff climbing route in advance, and began to replenish his remaining physical strength. Under the horizon at the end of the sight, the faint golden light became brighter and brighter, and a round of scorching sun jumped out, shining on the world. At this moment, the stars retreated, the moon disappeared, and the majestic Mount Sinai, in the sunshine, was covered with clouds and picturesque scenery. The wind blew, and Fang Sui's hair fluttered in the wind. He narrowed his black eyes, and looked at the rising sun. A surprised thought flashed through his mind. It has been nearly a week since I came to the Sinai Peninsula, but today's sunrise is obviously different. The brightness is far greater than before, and it is so brilliant. When Fang Sui's thoughts moved slightly, strange changes were taking place deep underground in Mount Sinai. There was a wave like a ripple, spreading unpredictable surging energy, quietly blending into the void, and spreading infinitely. For a short moment, the entire Mount Sinai seemed to flash a layer of colorful light, as if it was echoing the blazing sun in the sky, but the time was short, and it was hidden under the gorgeous morning light, so no one noticed it. The next moment, the sun in the sky, that illuminated all things on earth suddenly bloomed with an unusual scene that had never been seen before. A ray of sunlight suddenly seemed to have spirituality. It separated from the billions of rays of morning sun, as fast as lightning, and like a golden meteor, it shot towards the earth from a very far distance in the sky. This change was so abrupt and fantastic, that Fang Sui blinked his eyes to make sure that he was not mistaken. In the morning sun that rises every day, there is indeed an extremely dazzling ray of light that separates itself and approaches the earth like lightning, becoming more and more obvious. In many places on Mount Sinai, Christians who are doing morning prayers, as well as tens of thousands of pilgrims from all over the world, or tourists who come to watch the sunrise, have discovered the changes in the blazing sun in the sky one after another. Everyone is surprised and looks up. Some local believers who inherited the ancient Egyptian sun worship consciousness shouted excitedly after the initial shock, and some even knelt on the ground and began to worship the sun. At the same moment, the astronomical observatories of many countries on Earth, as well as the staff on duty all day in the satellite monitoring bases, also discovered this wonder one after another. What was happening in the sky seemed to be a rare celestial phenomenon erupting from the sun. For a moment, all the staff in the satellite base stations of various countries were closely watching the satellite monitoring images. The light that is flying towards the earth is as anxious as fire. Could it be the fragments ejected from the sun? The sun is mainly composed of hydrogen and helium, and there shouldn't be any fragments ejected. It's more like a foreign object beyond human cognition. But no matter what it is, once it hits the earth, it will probably cause a great disaster. While speculations were going on in the satellite bases of various countries, Fang Sui still stood on the top of the mountain, staring at the strange light of the sun approaching the earth in the sky. The distance between the earth and the sun has long been known to the world, which is about 150 million kilometers. This distance is equivalent to 11,700 times the diameter of the earth, and the speed of light is about 300,000 kilometers per second. Therefore, it usually takes more than 8 minutes for sunlight to reach the earth. Given the distance between the sun and the earth, it is impossible for people on earth to find the abnormality of a ray of light that is separated from the sun with their naked eyes. However, this ray of light is different. As soon as it leaves the sun, it shows a movement that amazes the world. Not only is it dazzling, but it also jumps in the void in a form that humans cannot recognize, appearing and disappearing in space at an incredible speed, approaching the earth. After only a dozen breaths, the sun's strange light came not far from the earth. Its speed suddenly slowed down and slowly approached the earth. Its piercing light gradually became soft, and people soon saw the outline of a huge object at the core of the light. According to the composition of the sun itself, there are only a few, almost non-existent physical substances, but the thing that came from the sky is a physical object. It is like a meteorite, with a heavy and simple shape, and like a stone tablet inscription, as huge as a mountain. The foreign object is getting closer, and the image is gradually becoming clear. What is puzzling is that there are many unrecognizable characters and symbols on its surface, showing obvious traces of man-made things. The blazing sunlight, which was originally thought to be a celestial phenomenon, not only hides a meteorite-like foreign object, but also shows unknown patterns and characters. This is shocking again. In a satellite base station somewhere, someone stared at the surface pattern of the meteorite like foreign object captured by an extraterrestrial satellite, and said in amazement, "What exactly is this meteorite-like thing?" Someone else continued, "The appearance of such a foreign object in the sun is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The patterns on it, some of them seem to be very similar to the pyramids and the gods and demons in ancient Egyptian legends." Faced with this sudden and unexpected alien object, the earth was full of cries. Some people even speculated that this was a visit from aliens, and some people were crazy, shouting that this was a punishment from God, a great disaster that would destroy the existing human civilization. At this time, on the solar meteorite flying from the sky, the characters flickered, and the shape changed in an instant, and suddenly a raging flame rose. The deep space turned into a blazing sea of fire. In the boundless flames, a giant creature that seemed to be made of gold appeared. It was hundreds of feet tall, shaped like a lion, majestic, but with a human face. Sphinx. Sphinx. Oh my god. A giant beast with a lion's body and a human face appeared in the solar meteorite plate. It was ferocious and arrogant, like the sun across the sky, with sparkling eyes, like a god, overlooking the earth from space, mighty and domineering, unparalleled. New book, please log in and click, and I sincerely ask for collection and recommendation. Thank you. Right square bracket. Chapter 2 Burning Through Time and Space. Boom. Just as people were in panic and at a loss, the Sphinx transformed by the solar meteorite only existed for less than a breath before it disappeared. In the vast waves of fire, a god and demon with a dog's head and a human body walked out, with a strange and majestic appearance. His body was dark black, and he wore a brilliant golden armor. He held a spear of magic fire in his hand, and walked in the void towards the earth. Everyone who has a little knowledge of Egyptian culture knows that the god with a dog's head and a human body is Anubis, the giant god who guards death in ancient Egyptian legends. He was originally a god of the underworld in mythology, and he came to the world. The impact and shock of this scene really has a power that makes people's hearts and minds tremble. Anubis crossed the void and walked countless distances in a few steps. He passed through the atmosphere and came to the high altitude inside the earth, casting a huge shadow like a mountain on the ground. The unpredictable Anubis suddenly disappeared. There was only one golden fireball left in the sky, like a brilliant sun. It shrank rapidly and fell to the earth. At the same moment, there was also a kind of ancient scripture sound that sounded like a spell and the chanting of the gods, which faintly passed by the ears of thousands of creatures on the earth. Clang. Like a magic weapon returning to its sheath, the sound shook the mountains and rivers. The next moment, all the strange phenomena disappeared. The golden light in the sky, the sun god fire, the Sphinx, the giant Anubis, everything disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. This series of changes, although it sounds complicated, actually all happened in less than 100 breaths. From beginning to end, without any trace, making people wonder if what they saw before was an illusion formed by the overlap of dreams and reality, and it did not really happen. The earth was solemn and silent, with only heavy breathing, one after another. Fang Sui, still standing on the top of a cliff in Mount Sinai, his expression of surprise did not diminish at all, but became more obvious. The extremely strange meteorite, which transformed into the Sphinx and Anubis one after another, and finally turned into a small sun, disappeared from the sky, and was projected on the Mount Sinai area, not far from the flat land below the mountain where he was. It shrank to a size of more than 10 feet, standing on the land surrounded by mountains, emitting a slightly flowing light. Many people around Mount Sinai saw the fall of the solar meteorite from afar. People were either horrified or curious, and they all held their breath and watched the direction of the falling solar meteorite. Everyone's eyes were shining with strange lights. For some reason, Fang Sui felt an unprecedented throbbing in his heart. He wanted to get closer, watch and even touch the solar meteorite. A trace of fear of unknown foreign objects flashed through Fang Sui's mind, but the next moment it was suppressed by the desire to explore. He quickly took out the climbing rope from his travel bag, skillfully fixed the rope on the top of the mountain, and then slid down the rope with swift and precise movements. It didn't take long for Fang Sui to reach the foot of the mountain, only 100 feet away from the solar meteorite. If such a strange object falls on the earth, it will not take long for it to be strictly controlled and hidden by the local government. Perhaps if you hesitate for a moment, you will never have the opportunity to approach it again. Therefore, after Fang Sui untied the climbing rope, he did not delay, turned around and began to approach the solar stone whose light had almost faded. 100 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet. As he approached, Fang Sui looked at this strange object from the sky with his eyes shining. It had shrunk from its huge size in outer space, only a few feet in size, and looks slightly similar to the obelisks of ancient Egypt, but more square, a bit like a huge ancient book standing on the ground, with strange characters all over the surface. Since the cliff that Fang Sui chose to climb was extremely steep and isolated from tourists, no one except Fang Sui could get close to this alien object so quickly. Fang Sui stopped a few feet away from the dark golden meteorite and observed it carefully. At this time, tourists on the distant mountain and many local believers who were watching from a distance discovered Fang Sui and shouted. Most of the foreign tourists were curious and shouted to Fang Sui to go forward to see what was going on. The local ascetics and Christians shouted to stop Fang Sui and did not allow him to blaspheme this strange object sent down by the sun. Under the bright morning light, the area of Mount Sinai was extremely lively and noisy. Fang Sui did not continue to move forward. He picked up a small piece of wood from the ground and threw it far away at the solar meteorite standing on the ground. Pop! There was a light sound. The wood branch hit the sunstone that looked like an ancient book and fell to the ground without any damage. There was nothing unusual about the meteorite. It was as quiet as an ordinary stone. It seems that this thing has indeed restrained its strange power. At least it is not dangerous for the time being. Fang Sui still kept a certain distance and walked around the meteorite to observe. It was cast in dark gold, and the surface emitted a soft light with an ancient aura, as if it was formed at the beginning of the chaos of the universe. From time to time, there were bursts of words and patterns on it like stars, circling around it, which was magnificent. After observing for a while, he became more and more certain that there would be no danger in the short term. Fang Sui was a brave man, otherwise he would not have fallen in love with the extremely dangerous sport of rock climbing. He began to approach the meteorite again. On the surface of the ancient sunstone, patterns appeared and disappeared from time to time, changing constantly, showing the giant sphinx, Anubis, and then a new pattern appeared, which seemed to depict the coffin of a god, surrounded by several of the most famous gods in ancient Egypt, as if they were performing a sacrifice. Fang Sui was not without fear, but he was determined to approach. He stared at the changes in the pattern on the stone surface. When he saw the vague coffin looming, he thought to himself, could this sunstone be the burial place of a god? When he walked less than 10 feet away from the meteorite, there was still no abnormality, so Fang Sui breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a pattern on the meteorite flashed out, forming a mysterious symbol in the void, undulating in the air. Fang Sui was focused and continued to approach, while slowly reaching out his hand to touch the symbol constructed by light. The character disappeared as soon as he touched it, as if a bubble was punctured, and there was still no abnormality. The roar of a military helicopter came from the distance, and the local military was about to arrive. Fang Sui frowned, feeling that time was running out, and finally couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the sun meteorite. Just as his hand touched the warm surface of the sunstone, a sudden change broke out. Bang! Boundless golden fire surged from the meteorite, instantly filling the surrounding area of 100 feet, completely burning and devouring Fang Sui, who had no time to react. The surface of the meteorite was filled with countless characters comparable to the stars in the sky. In an instant, even the void and time were burned and melted by the golden flames. A round hole quietly cracked in the void, with smooth edges, but it was pitch black inside, deep and dark, as if leading to another world. Countless distorted space fluctuations were generated around the hole. In the next breath of time, the void closed, and everything disappeared without a trace. Fang Sui and the solar meteorite itself, who were burned into nothingness, disappeared together. Only the land, that turned into magma after the instantaneous high temperature, the military helicopter approaching at high speed in the roar, and the waves of shouting from the noisy and frightened tourists were left. The data of the new book period is very important. I urge everyone to log in and click recommend collection, exclamation mark. Thank you. Right square bracket. Chapter 3 The Lost Age. The sun was setting. Fang Sui knelt and sat on a low hill, recalling the scene of being burned by a solar meteorite on Mount Sinai a few months ago. He thought he was going to die, and the only thought that flashed through his mind was, fortunately, I have a brother at home, and my parents should not be so sad that they lose hope of survival. Then darkness came and drowned his consciousness. In the vast darkness, he had no thoughts and did not know how much time had passed. When Fang Sui regained consciousness again, he was shocked to find that his whole body was burning, as if there was a fire burning in his body. He fell from midair into a big river and then fainted again. After that, he was always in a daze. He only vaguely remembered that he was rescued by someone on the riverbank. After that, he occasionally regained consciousness, but found that the people around him, whether in appearance, dress, skin color or behavior, did not look like modern people at all. He was shocked and could not adapt. After several comas and waking up, he finally determined that he was burned through time and space by a solar meteorite and brought to an unknown place in an unknown era. When Fang Sui regained consciousness half a month ago, he learned that the river he had fallen into was the world famous Nile River, the longest river in the world. And the place where he is now is undoubtedly ancient Egypt. Fang Sui does not know the specific era at present, but most of the people in this era are still using earthenware and stone products, and bronze artifacts are rarely seen. It should be known that Egypt is the earliest brilliant civilization in human history to establish a national system. Since even the Egyptians are still in such a primitive stage, it can be inferred that Fang Sui is at least 3,000 or 4,000 years away from the 21st century. The ancient Egyptians, like Fang Sui, have black pupils and hair, but have honey-colored skin, full of health. Egyptians are tall and strong. Most of the nobles wear white linen robes and gold ornaments. Ordinary people cover their bodies with plant products or animal skins, and large areas of skin are exposed, which makes them more brave and strong. Fang Sui does not know much about Egyptian history. He only knows that ancient Egypt has gone through 31 dynasties. It is located in Eastern Africa and is a typical hydraulic empire. The important cities of the entire country are all built on both sides of the Nile River. Geographically, Egypt and China are at similar latitudes, thousands of kilometers west of China, and separated from many Middle Eastern countries. It borders the Mediterranean Sea to the north, the Red Sea to the east, Nubia, now Ethiopia and Sudan, to the south, and Libya to the west. There are deserts on both sides of the east and west. The well-known Sahara Desert is adjacent to the southwest of Egypt's territory. There are several large rapids in the south, and it is only convenient to travel to West Asia through the Sinai Peninsula in the northeast. Therefore, ancient Egypt was relatively isolated. As early as when most human settlements in the world still existed in the form of tribes, Egypt had established a highly unified kingdom-style central government, and its achievements in architecture, military, religion, and art were far ahead of the contemporary world. The magnificent pyramids, that seem to connect life and death, yin and yang, allegorize mysterious objects such as mummies and sphinxes in the afterlife. Even with the development of the 21st century, its secrets are still not fully revealed. All this makes future generations know that the uniqueness and longevity of Egyptian culture deserves to be one of the 4 ancient civilizations along with ancient China. After Fang Sui woke up, before he fully recovered, because he obviously did not look like an Egyptian, the villagers who took him in reported it to the higher authorities. Soon, a team of strong soldiers came to his village and detained him. After he was taken away, he was transferred many times and interrogated several times. Finally, he was escorted to a construction site to do hard labor as punishment for his crime of rashly entering Egyptian territory. Fang Sui was extremely surprised to find that he was going to be a coolie and participate in the construction of the world-famous pyramids. This further confirmed that he was reborn in ancient Egypt, which was full of mystery and left many unsolved mysteries for future generations. In modern research, there was a period on Earth thousands of years ago when many difficult to explain mysteries occurred. For example, the origin of writing and numerology, the pyramid construction technology of the ancient Egyptians, the river map and luoshu of ancient China, as well as the hexagram theory and mysterious diagram containing the unity of heaven and man, the Buddhist civilization of ancient India, the mystery of the Hill of Death, and so on, as well as countless other all-encompassing legends. It seems that the entire human civilization, in that ancient era, suddenly made rapid progress and mastered many technologies that are still unsurpassed in the 21st century. All this can't help but make people imagine endlessly and trigger various speculations. Thousands of years ago, was there really a period when extraterrestrial civilizations or ancient gods and demons came to the earth and taught primitive humans so that the ancients could know advanced skills far beyond their evolutionary stage? Fang Sui knelt down on the hill, his mind full of thoughts, and all kinds of thoughts came one after another. A few dozen feet behind him, the pyramid that had been built more than halfway reminded him all the time that everything he was experiencing at this time was not a dream. The solar meteorite that burned through the void with him disappeared without a trace after he woke up, and his whereabouts were completely unknown. There was another strange place that puzzled Fang Sui. As far as he knew, the pyramids in Egypt were all built in the desert along the Nile River, but the pyramid he was building was in a mountain. It seemed to be a mysterious pyramid that had never been discovered by people in later generations. When Fang Sui's thoughts were fluctuating, a voice full of rebukes suddenly came from a distance. The shout came from the direction of the pyramid under construction. There were countless climbing wooden frames built around the pyramid, and the sound was chaotic. Tens of thousands of workers, after finishing a day's work, were dispersing to the surrounding rest areas. The shout came from a sturdy figure. The man had bronze skin, which shone in the sunset, clearly showing his strength and toughness. This man was a small leader among the Egyptian soldiers who guarded the workers. His name was Tattoo. He had a domineering personality. He was obviously dissatisfied when he found Fang Sui resting, so he shouted. Tattoo's waist was covered with brown animal skin, his muscles bulged, and his body was full of power. His face was long and narrow, and his black eyes contained a treacherous look, which made people feel that he was far away and difficult to approach. In the process of traveling to ancient Egypt, I don't know what wonderful things happened. After Fang Sui woke up, he knew the language here without learning it, and he understood it as soon as he heard it, so there was no problem in communication. Tattoo's eyes were gleaming fiercely. Seeing Fang Sui walking quickly after hearing the sound, he seemed very obedient, but he was still not satisfied. A look of disgust appeared on his face, and he said in a low voice, "Damn yellow-skinned slave, you must remember the rules here. After work every day, you should immediately roll back to your dirty tent, instead of leisurely watching the sacred land of Egypt." As Tata spoke, he gently waved the whip in his hand, making a sharp sound that tore the air, and stared at Fang Sui with gloomy eyes. As long as Fang Sui showed a little dissatisfaction, the whip in his hand would whip like a venomous snake, severely whipping the outsider who was not an Egyptian, to vent his anger in his heart. Fang Sui walked past Tattoo with a calm face, without any resistance or dissatisfaction, and quickly merged into the group of coolies coming and going around, and walked towards the rest tent. Tattoo kept staring at Fang Sui as he walked into the crowd, and then he sneered and turned away. After a day of hard work, most of the coolies looked a little relaxed, but they all walked hurriedly to the rest area and rarely talked to each other. The workers who built the pyramids were divided into two parts. One was slaves, and the other was Egyptian residents who were proud of building the pyramids. The Egyptian people who came here to work were treated completely differently from the slaves. Their work was relatively easy and safe. The slaves had a much harder time and were often whipped and abused by Egyptian soldiers, and they were exhausted. Fang Sui was naturally classified as a slave camp because of his unknown identity, and he was not an Egyptian resident. In fact, if it weren't for the huge construction of the pyramids and the urgent shortage of labor, outsiders like Fang Sui might have been executed directly and would not even have the opportunity to work here. In recent days, many slaves have been exhausted by the heavy work, with serious casualties, and human life is as cheap as grass. This made Fang Sui know that in this era thousands of years ago from the 21st century, there is no justice, only power. This is a dangerous and primitive era where the strong prey on the weak. Of course, he will not be content to be a slave, but wait for an opportunity in hibernation. The noise of the day passed. As night fell, Fang Sui and more than a dozen other slaves returned to a simple shed near the construction site to rest. On the sandy ground, there was a tattered mat woven with reeds, produced on the banks of the Nile River, which was where Fang Sui had been sleeping for days. The shed where the slaves rested was full of unpleasant sweat and stench, but after working all day under high intensity, everyone was exhausted and wanted to die. Who would care about this? The other slaves fell asleep immediately, and in a moment they were snoring loudly. The curtain at the entrance was lowered, and the shed fell into deep darkness. Fang Sui walked to a mat in a corner, sat down silently, leaned against a supporting wooden pillar in the shed, and closed his eyes. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. In fact, after he came to ancient Egypt, he always felt that there was an inexplicable power that would flow around his body when he was calm and attentive. Occasionally, there would be a majestic ancient sound of scriptures that would echo in his mind. Whenever the ancient sound appeared, Fang Sui would feel that it was no longer blood that was surging in his body, but rolling magma that was so hot that it could burn the sky and the earth. Boom. When he closed his eyes, it seemed that there was a sound coming from the vast chaos and the origin of the universe in his mind, as expected. With this sound, Fang Sui seemed to fall into the vast and deep void, and his whole heart and mind were attracted, forgetting everything in the world. At the same moment, under his skin, there was really magma flowing, emitting a faint dark golden light that was breathtaking. Fang Sui was vaguely aware that something mysterious and beyond common sense was happening inside his body. Your support, clicks, collections, recommendations, and rewards will play a decisive role in a new book and are very important. Thank you very much. Right square bracket. Chapter 4. All is lost. Soon, his forehead seemed to have turned into a miniature starry sky, emitting a series of bright colors like meteors in the haze. It was formed by the glow of strange characters, which flowed and appeared on Fang Sui's forehead. The light was very weak, just like a little bit of rising star fire. The sparks gathered and merged with each other, gradually flourishing, and even revealed a bit of the vastness and grandeur of the scorching sun, which was amazing. After a breath, the mysterious changes on Fang Sui's forehead disappeared, and the golden light returned to his body. Suddenly, the blood around him seemed to have turned into a golden stream, gurgling and running, passing through every secret place in his body, and there were ancient sounds that echoed in Fang Sui's mind, going straight into the depths of his soul, as if it were real or illusory. Unfortunately, Fang Sui still does not know how to practice, cannot see inwardly, does not know how to use the wonderful power flowing in his body, and does not know what it means. He is still in the stage of hazy groping. The long night passed in Fang Sui's perception. He woke up from his unconscious state of chaos. Outside, the long night faded away, and it was the dawn of the morning, when everything was waking up, and full of vitality. He slowly opened his eyes, and the brilliance in his eyes was like lightning, and then disappeared. What happened in his body was so wonderful that it was beyond anyone's cognitive limit. The outside of the tent gradually became noisy, and it was time for the slaves to start working. He raised his palm to his eyes and observed that there was nothing unusual. The hot power that had been flowing in his body before was gone, and his whole body was as usual. The changes in his body last night were like a dream in the dreamland. After dawn, there was no trace left. But after a night, Fang Sui's fatigue from yesterday's hard work disappeared. He also had a feeling that there was an inexplicable power in his body that was changing his body all the time, like some kind of evolution. Walking out of the rest shed, what jumped into his eyes was the pyramid under construction. It is magnificent and magnificent. Under the morning sun, it is surrounded by mountains. The base is sunken into the ground, as stable as mountains and rivers. It can make any viewer feel insignificant and humble. It is just a ripple in the long river of time, while the pyramid remains intact and points to eternity. The construction site around the pyramid is full of tents. There are tens of thousands of slaves and Egyptian residents who come to work. The scene is so lively that you can imagine it. Fang Sui, a coolie who participated in the construction as a slave, did not have a fixed labor project. In other words, the most tiring, hardest and most dangerous work every day was done by slaves. After a quick breakfast, Fang Sui and hundreds of other slaves were asked to stand together and become a team of countless slaves around the pyramid. A shrewd middle-aged supervisor assigned them the work they should undertake today. Fang Sui will be assigned to the interior of the pyramid today to do the work of grinding the inner wall and carrying gravel. Among the slaves' work, this is a relatively easy one. Being in a pyramid that is more than half built, at least there is a chance to avoid the sun, which is much easier than dragging huge stones outside the pyramid with sweat pouring down. Therefore, when the supervisor assigned the tasks, many slaves around him cast envious eyes. Fang Sui suddenly noticed a pair of cold and gloomy eyes staring at him. Turning his head, he saw that it was Tattoo, who appeared several feet away. Seeing Fang Sui looking at him, he showed a sinister smile. Fang Sui immediately became alert. Tattoo's expression was obviously malicious. What happened in the next moment confirmed Fang Sui's guess. In the group of slaves not far away, a voice full of tyranny suddenly sounded and said arrogantly, "Outsider, I have something to tell you. It should be noted that there are tens of thousands of slaves participating in the construction of the pyramid. It is naturally impossible for so many slaves to coexist peacefully. This is like a lot of prisoners together. Some of the strong ones have always been rampant and habitually bully other slaves." The one who shouted at Fang Sui was a well-known thug among their group of slaves. His name was Zun. He was sentenced to slavery for the crimes of brutal murder and plunder. He was a death row prisoner who was not allowed to be pardoned. He was the bully among Fang Sui's group of slaves. Zion was tall, naked from the waist up, with scars all over his body, calloused hands and feet, showing a strong sense of strength. His face was full of flesh, his eyes were fierce, and he aimed at Fang Sui like a sharp arrow. The other slaves showed an unconcealable fear of him, and were silent and frightened. A little further away, Tattoo chuckled and said nothing, with a hateful face of watching the fun. It was Tattoo's instruction to let Zion go out and humiliate Fang Sui. Zion showed a grim smile full of oppression, and continued to Fang Sui, "Today, our jobs will be swapped. You go to carry stones for me, and I will be the one grinding stones in the tower. Do you understand?" Fang Sui turned his gaze to Tattoo, who was looking at him from a distance with mockery in his eyes. He frowned slightly, and nodded without much hesitation, agreeing with Zion's meaning, and exchanging jobs with him for today. He was not afraid or cowardly enough to dare not fight, but he did not want to attract attention at this moment, when he was a slave, and fight with other slaves for the amusement of people like Tattoo. There were boos all around, and many onlookers were full of contempt for Fang Sui's show of weakness. Zion's smile spread, full of pride and arrogance. He did not intend to stop there. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes. He looked Fang Sui up and down, and said with interest, "You need to come to my tent tonight. Let's get close. I have never done it with a boy of your skin color. You can try it tonight. I guarantee you will scream with pleasure." The surroundings instantly became quiet. Among the slaves at the level of death row prisoners, homosexual rape has always existed. This is a bad nature of human beings. When desires are not satisfied for a long time and the opposite sex cannot be found, this bestiality will erupt. These words, spoken from Zion's mouth at this moment, are really extremely insulting. He was obviously pushing the issue further. Seeing Fang Sui retreat, he immediately intensified and made more excessive demands. At this point, things cannot be avoided and must be faced. Fang Sui's eyes lit up, and for the first time he met Zion's aggressive eyes head on, and asked, "Go to your tent?" Zion laughed up to the sky, turned his head to look at Tattoo, and saw him nod slightly, and he was immediately refreshed. He looked at Fang Sui again and sneered, "What? You don't agree?" He walked towards Fang Sui, and his steps conveyed pressure and ferocity. He strode closer, and saw that Fang Sui was still unaffected by his momentum, standing steadily, and not retreating a single step. Zion was a little surprised, but more angry, as if his authority was challenged, and growled, "If you don't come to my tent tonight, you'll have to be careful of your life. There will be several deaths on this construction site one day." Just as Zion's face was ferocious, he was threatening with foam flying, and at the same time, reached out to grab Fang Sui's neck. Fang Sui suddenly moved without any sign, and he kicked out like lightning. This kick directly kicked Zion's crotch, swiftly and fiercely. Puff. A muffled sound was heard from far and near, and many onlookers could not help showing an expression of dismay and shock. No one expected that Fang Sui would not only strike first, but also kick so sharply and ruthlessly. Ah! A scream rang out, like the howling of ghosts and wolves. Zion, who was caught off guard, was kicked. His eyes widened, and his face was covered with cold sweat. His eyes were filled with fear from the severe pain. His burly body fell to the ground with a bang. The wailing continued from his mouth, but after a few breaths, even the screams turned into weak sounds. He was in unbearable pain, and might faint at any time. No one would have guessed such a result beforehand. Everyone knew that Zion was finished. If he didn't die, he would be left with a disability that would be difficult to recover from for the rest of his life. Thanks to the enthusiastic support of new and old book friends, everyone has a happy reading. Chapter 5 Construction Mystery. Including Tattoo, who was watching from the sidelines. They were also surprised by Fang Sui's sudden outburst, destroying his opponent's ability to resist with one blow. After a brief silence, hundreds of slaves around him cheered loudly or softly at the same time. Zion had always bullied the weak and had deep resentment. Now that he was seriously injured and fell to the ground, no one was afraid of him anymore, so the slaves cheered. "Shut up." A shocking shout sounded like thunder crashing down from the ground. The middle-aged supervisor looked fierce, looked around, and finally fixed his eyes on Fang Sui's face, and said in a deep voice, "You fought with other slaves without authorization, and you should be whipped. Come, start the punishment immediately." From the squad of Egyptian soldiers who were arranged around, and responsible for supervising the slaves at all times, 2 sturdy soldiers came out, holding heavy whips as thick as children's arms, and approached Fang Sui. "Woo." One of the soldiers sneered, and swung the heavy whip in his hand, making a muffled sound that tore the air. Fang Sui was not prepared to resist, or escape in vain, and stood there calmly. It should be noted that every slave is part of the labor force in building the pyramids. Slaves have been dying from the heavy physical labor on weekdays. Therefore, supervisors and soldiers have the right to whip slaves, but unless the slaves riot or try to escape, in most cases, they are not allowed to directly injure or kill slaves, so as to delay the construction of the pyramids. Fang Sui had fought back under the provocation of Zion, not on his own initiative, and everyone here saw it. Therefore, the approach of the 2 Egyptian soldiers was to punish Fang Sui with whipping, not to endanger his life. There was really no need to resist with no chance of winning. However, just as the soldiers walked in and were about to punish Fang Sui, a voice interrupted slowly, "Considering that the slaves work hard all day, and Zion was the one who provoked them before, this foreign slave named Fang Sui will be exempted from whipping for the time being." Everyone looked at the speaker and felt surprised. The one who said to exempt Fang Sui from punishment was Tattoo, who always enjoyed torturing slaves. If Tattoo had asked for a heavier punishment, Fang Sui would have thought it was normal, but his words exempting him from the caning was more than abnormal. Instead, it made Fang Sui realize that Tattoo must have other means to discipline him. Under the gaze of everyone, Tattoo said in a low voice, "The caning can be exempted, but there cannot be no punishment. Fang Sui, since you have hurt Zion, your workload today will be doubled, and you are not allowed to rest at night. You must work all night to make up for your mistake." Working all night is a heavy punishment, but Fang Sui's uneasiness did not diminish at all, and he still felt that this was not Tattoo's final resort. However, Tattoo did not continue to speak, and he did not speak again after that. There was a clear mockery in his eyes when he looked at Fang Sui. "Since Lord Tattoo has shown mercy, you damned slaves, why don't you get back to work?" The middle-aged supervisor said again. "Come on. Carry this idiot Zion away and allow him to rest for a day. If he still can't work normally tomorrow, report to the chief supervisor and apply for his execution." No one was interested in looking at the unconscious Zion again. The slaves were assigned to various work locations in an orderly manner under the leadership of the soldiers. Fang Sui's job became to replace Zion during the day and carry stones. He was not allowed to rest at night and had to go to the pyramid to polish stones to complete the work of 2 people. Bang! A sound like a mountain falling to the ground was heard, dust flew, and the earth trembled slightly. It was a huge stone dragged by cattle, horses and slaves. After being pushed by rollers, it was finally parked at the predetermined position under the pyramid, and fell to the ground. Fang Sui, like the slaves who worked with him, sweated profusely from the side of the nearly human high boulder, revealing a calm and cold face, and a sturdy body, that followed the local customs and only had a piece of animal skin wrapped around his waist. Those who have not personally participated in the construction of the pyramids can never imagine the hard work involved. Each of the magnificent ancient Egyptian pyramids is made up of hundreds of thousands or millions of huge stones, the largest of which weighs more than 30 tons, and the smallest weighs about 2 tons. Even in the modern era of rapid technological development, there is still no perfect explanation for the mystery of the construction of the pyramids. In those ancient days long ago, how did the Egyptians complete such a magnificent and miraculous building in an incredible way? In the relevant speculations of later generations, it is generally believed that the construction of the pyramids was most likely completed in 2 ways. One is to use cattle, horses, manpower, quicksand and rolling wood to push the huge stones, and then use the winch wooden frame constructed by the principle of mechanics to place the huge stones in the corresponding positions exactly, and then complete the construction of the pyramids over time. If this method is really established, it proves that the ancient Egyptians thousands of years ago had mastered the construction technology that even modern people would be amazed and feel inferior to. This itself is a puzzle that people can't figure out. Not to mention that the construction of the pyramids also involves incredible knowledge such as pi, the distance between the earth and the sun, and the total volume of the earth itself. Another view on the mystery of the construction of the pyramids was proposed by French scientist David Davis. He believes that the huge stones used to build the pyramids were artificially cast, not all natural complete stones, but the materials were transported to high places in pieces, and then cast to finally synthesize complete boulders weighing several tons. This statement is also mysterious. Could it be that the ancient Egyptians mastered the concrete pouring technology thousands of years ago? However, the French scientist who proposed this speculation also found a hair of an ancient Egyptian thousands of years ago inside the huge stone used to build the pyramids, which seems to confirm the correctness of his inference. In fact, there is another speculation about the pyramids, which is the most unrestrained. Some people directly pointed out that the pyramids could never be successfully built by the ancients at that time, because there are too many unexplainable mysteries in them. Such a great architectural feat can only be explained by alien visitors. All doubts can be explained. Among the above analysis and inferences, no one can prove which one is correct. Modern people can only revel in the mysterious myths and legends of the pyramids. When Fang Sui personally came to this incredible era and participated in this great building, he was able to confirm that some of the later analysis of the construction of the pyramids were correct. At least the first 2 inferences have been confirmed. The Egyptians did use tens of thousands of laborers to transport huge stones from thousands of miles away to complete the construction of the pyramids. In a small number of special locations, someone really used primitive casting technology, using some kind of liquid extracted from plants to cast and solidify stone powder into stones. These 2 methods were carried out at the same time, and the construction speed far exceeded the estimates of later generations. But even though he personally participated in the construction of the pyramids, Fang Sui still didn't understand one thing. That is, in all these days, he has never seen with his own eyes any huge stone weighing more than 10 tons, and with a large volume, being transported off the ground and placed on top of the pyramid that was more than half built. Just like Fang Sui and the slaves, after the huge stone they had just transported was placed under the pyramid, it was quietly lined up with dozens of other large stones, and no one started to move it to the top of the pyramid. These extremely large stones seemed to be waiting for some more special means to complete the process of being transported to the pyramid. While Fang Sui was pondering, whispers from other slaves came from his side. Someone said with a reverent tone, "Tomorrow is the day when the priests of the holy city of each month are sent by the pharaoh to show the glory of the gods. Well, I wonder what kind of miracles we will see then." Another voice responded, The speakers were two middle-aged slaves who had been working on the construction site for a long time. The two slaves were about to continue talking, but the supervisor's scolding came from not far away. The slaves who were talking or listening immediately stopped talking and turned to haul another huge stone. The pharaoh sent the priests to show the glory of the gods. Fang Sui recalled the whispers of the two slaves, looked at the huge stones that had been hauled earlier, and his thoughts moved slightly. The busy day was finally over, the heavy work was over, the slaves got a rare respite, everyone was happy, as if they were reborn, and they all dispersed. Soon, there were only a few people left on the construction site. All of them were slaves who had been punished, and still needed to continue working after the others had dispersed. Night was coming. Fang Sui followed a soldier, and walked towards the triangular entrance built several feet above the ground of the pyramid. He needed to work in the tower all night. Suddenly, at the moment, when Fang Sui climbed the wooden frame, and stepped into the entrance of the pyramid, his forehead showed an inexplicable and strange change, and a dark golden light quietly flowed out. Chapter 6 The Daughter Cultivation. The light on his forehead flashed and then disappeared, and then there was no abnormality. The soldiers walking on the side were indifferent, and looked straight ahead, so they naturally did not notice anything. The entrance of the pyramid is connected to a high and wide corridor several feet long, leading directly into the tower. On the walls on both sides of the corridor, there are many Egyptian mythological patterns, full of ferocious atmosphere. The dog-headed god of the underworld Anubis, Ugat, who represents the supreme monarchy, also called the stone portrait of Horus, as well as the Book of the Dead, the talisman of life, and other gods and demons in Egyptian legends, are all brightly colored and unforgettable. However, the content of the murals is not specific. Most of them are just outlines, without detailed descriptions. This is because the pyramid has not been completed yet, so the murals have not been depicted in detail later, but their bright colors and magnificent and strange momentum can be seen. Naturally, there is no legendary pharaoh's curse that takes people's lives in the unfinished pyramid. Passing through the entrance passage, there are stairs going up and down at the same time. Fang Sui's work tonight requires him to go up to a stone chamber in a tower under construction to polish the walls. After taking a look at the dark, downward passage that seemed to lead to the underworld, Fang Sui followed the sullen soldier and stepped onto the upward stairs. At the same time, bizarre legends about the pyramid flashed through his mind. In later research, the pyramid has countless mysterious phenomena. One is that there is an unpredictable pyramid energy in the tower. No one can give a standard answer to its true effect, but through testing, it is surprisingly found that under the action of unknown forces, putting food in the tower can keep it fresh and not rot, and putting swords in it can make it sharper. If the corpse is placed in the tower, the water will be drained, and it will become a mummy in a short time. Not only is there no odor, but it is also isolated from bacterial invasion. There is also a saying that the pyramid has the power to change the surrounding environment. The large-scale desertification of Egyptian land seems to be related to the mysterious energy emitted by the pyramid. Some studies have also shown that some people will feel refreshed in the pyramid, and their state is far better than usual. Others were completely the opposite. Once they entered the pyramid, they would be disturbed by an inexplicable force, become dizzy, feel uncomfortable all over, or even get seriously ill. All of the above phenomena indicate that the energy emitted by the pyramid will have an impact on the body and soul of living beings, or even on nature, beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Thinking of this, Fang Sui's heart suddenly moved. Since there is an inexplicable force in the pyramid, if he enters the tower and sits in meditation without thinking, he wonders if it will also have some wonderful effects on the power flowing in his body. Once this thought came out, it was unstoppable. It surged in Fang Sui's mind like a mountain toppling and a river flowing, as if urging him to start sitting cross-legged immediately and summon the power in his body. The soldier in front snorted softly, and it turned out that he had walked into a stone chamber in the tower. The soldier stopped and looked back and said coldly, "You will be in this room tonight and polish one side of the wall. Someone will come to check in the morning. If it is not completed, you will be severely punished." Without waiting for Fang Sui to respond, the soldier turned around and left. Only Fang Sui was left in the stone chamber, and the surroundings fell into silence. Only the faint rustling sound reminded him that there were many other slaves inside and outside the tower who were punished like him and worked all night without sleep. At this time, Fang Sui's idea of practicing on the spot was almost too strong to control. The mysterious power in his body seemed to be responding to the strange energy in the pyramid and influencing each other. Fang Sui did not follow the idea in his mind and immediately sat cross-legged and began to call on the flow of the strange power in his body. If the work of polishing the wall cannot be completed tonight, the consequences will be unpredictable tomorrow morning. Fang Sui's mind flashed with a tower picture that obviously concealed some conspiracy. With a gloomy face, although the idea of practicing in the tower was strong, he still forcibly suppressed it, picked up the tools, and started to polish the wall first. Several hours passed quickly. For some reason, Fang Sui clearly felt the increase in strength in the pyramid, and he didn't feel tired even after continuous work. The wall polishing that might not be completed after working all night was completed by him in about 3 hours, and he was full of strength and didn't feel tired at all. The bright moon in the night sky was bright white, large and round, hanging obliquely on the boundless sky wall, shining brightly on the earth. The evening breeze blew gently, and the night in Egypt, where the temperature difference between day and night is extremely large, was as cold as water. Inside the pyramid, Fang Sui did not delay any longer. After making sure that there was no one around, he chose a corner of the stone chamber that was hidden in the shadows and sat cross-legged. He felt a wave of throbbing in his heart, as if something wonderful was about to happen. Almost at the moment, when he closed his eyes, his whole body shook slightly, and his forehead lit up with a dark golden light like a brilliant star. Something wonderful that Fang Sui had never experienced was happening. If the power flowing in his body after his crossing was compared to a treasure house, then sitting cross-legged in the pyramid at this time and communicating with the unknown power in the tower was like finding the key to open the secret treasure in his body. With a light click, it was like a spiritual sound that a certain shackle in the body was gently broken through a crack. The depths of consciousness that ordinary people could not perceive originally, at this moment, seemed to open, as if the spiritual door was opened. In Fang Sui's consciousness, it suddenly turned into a starry sky, with countless stars twinkling and shining, like streams of light flowing in an interlaced manner. At this moment, when the secret energy in his body and the energy of the pyramid were connected with each other, Fang Sui opened the initial door of practice for the first time. The void of consciousness appeared in a concrete way that he could visualize. It was such a clear and gorgeous scene of the universe and the starry sky, which made people excited and unable to control themselves. In the starry sky of his consciousness, every twinkling star was derived from an ancient character. Suddenly, an ancient character in the shape of a star emitted a bright light, like a drop of water into the sea, and began to merge with Fang Sui's consciousness until they were indistinguishable from each other. At the same time, a true sound of scripture, as if explaining the root mystery of the universe, slowly sounded from the depths of his heart. The ancient syllables were read over and over again, with a thick, ancient and melodious tone, as if they had broken through billions of time and space, breaking the barriers of reincarnation, and finally reaching Fang Sui's ears. Wonderful changes appeared one after another. In his consciousness, other characters like stars also began to turn into streams of light and merge into his consciousness. The ancient sounds converged one after another, constantly trying to push Fang Sui's consciousness to undergo some changes or evolution. But unfortunately, compared with the thousands of characters in the consciousness starry sky, the few that have been integrated into his mind are like a grain of sand in the ocean, less than 1 or 2%. It is precisely because there are too few characters that can hear the true sound and cannot be connected in full. The true meaning contained in them is still beyond Fang Sui's current understanding and grasp. However, as the true sound that merged into his consciousness increased, a vague and faint object slowly appeared in the center of his consciousness starry sky, golden all over, surrounded by divine light. As soon as this object appeared, Fang Sui was shocked. Although the things constructed in his consciousness were illusory and unclear, he recognized it at a glance. It was a corner of the solar meteorite that took him through time and space to ancient Egypt. The strange characters on it flickered and disappeared, and it was mysterious and difficult to understand. It turned out that the solar meteorite had never disappeared. It was hidden in Fang Sui's body and only began to manifest in his consciousness at this time. Obviously, when the many characters in the void of consciousness are completely consistent with his thoughts, the solar meteorite will be completely reproduced in his consciousness. Fang Sui sat cross-legged on the ground, with strange sounds echoing in his consciousness, and dark golden light emanating from his body, like a god or a demon. Time passed in a flash, as short as the birth and death of a thought. The divine sound in Fang Sui's consciousness began to weaken, and the many characters that were as bright as stars dimmed one by one. The void of consciousness in his visualization slowly closed. This time, practicing in the mysterious pyramid was indeed very rewarding, and it had a profound impact on Fang Sui. It was like an enlightenment ceremony that opened the door to his practice. Fang Sui's body will be constantly changing from tonight onwards. When the character coefficients in his mind merge with his consciousness, it is unknown what wonderful things will happen. Outside the pyramid, the sky gradually brightens. The long night is over, and the morning that never fails to promise comes again. Suddenly, a faint voice is heard, approaching the stone chamber, where Fang Sui is hiding. Sincerely thank DK0831, and others for their rewards and other forms of support. Happy reading. Please recommend and collect more. Thank you. Chapter 7. Mysterious Power. Fang Sui suddenly opened his eyes, and immediately found the difference. The light and color in his eyes were richer and clearer than ever before. In his eyes, a world of colors that ordinary people could not see appeared. Even in the dimly lit stone room in the tower, everything was still so gorgeous, and the originally simple colors became rich in layers. The dim stone room was as bright as day in his eyes, and every detail was visible. Even the texture on the stone wall several feet away was included in his eyes without omission. This feeling was extremely wonderful, and had a magical power that made people addicted. Moreover, based on the faint sound he heard, he accurately heard that it was 2 footsteps coming from the entrance of the pyramid more than 10 feet away, and even the approximate body and weight of the owner of the footsteps were clearly outlined in his mind at the moment the sound entered his ears. Fang Sui was filled with ecstasy. The changes that occurred in his body last night significantly enhanced his eyes, ears and other 5 senses. Although he had not yet reached the level of rebirth and ascending to heaven in one step, he was obviously superior to ordinary people. Fang Sui stood up and felt it for a while and found that his strength had also increased. It seems that the training in the tower last night has improved him comprehensively. At this moment, Fang Sui not only has extremely sharp ears and eyes, but also has powerful strength all over his body. His condition is really better than ever before. The next moment, he looked up calmly and looked at the 2 Egyptian soldiers who walked into the stone room. The strange thing is that the moment Fang Sui looked up, it was the moment when the soldiers walked into the stone room. The time was exactly right, as if there was an extremely accurate ruler of time, measuring every bit accurately. Fang Sui had an indescribable feeling, which was the spiritual response of grasping the unpredictable rhythm of nature, which was breathtaking. The 2 Egyptian soldiers who walked into the room also showed a trace of surprise when they saw Fang Sui. This is not to say that Fang Sui's changes have been so obvious that even his external features are different from before, but at this moment, Fang Sui, even if he stood there quietly, gave people a feeling of being full of energy and imposing. The 2 soldiers looked at each other and began to check the results of Fang Sui's work last night. From the polishing of the wall, it can be judged that Fang Sui must have stayed up all night to finish polishing the wall. The 2 couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, this foreign slave is really strange. He is still energetic and not tired after working all night. At this time, another strange thing happened to Fang Sui. That is, when his thoughts moved slightly, his heart naturally turned at will, the bright spirit in his eyes dimmed and disappeared, and the overwhelming momentum slowly withered. In appearance, he became Fang Sui before last night. This is a very wonderful thing. In Fang Sui's cognition, if you want to control the ki and blood in your body, such as the subtle changes in the heartbeat speed, you must practice yoga or qigong for many years, and have a very deep achievement. Unexpectedly, the changes last night allowed him to reach the level of preliminary control of the strength of the ki around him. The two Egyptian soldiers naturally would not pay too much attention to Fang Sui, who was a slave, and therefore did not notice that his aura had changed again. After checking the wall, the two did not speak, motioned Fang Sui to follow, and turned around and walked forward. The three of them walked out of the pyramid one after another. In the bright morning light, the entire construction site was already showing signs of being busy. Fang Sui was led into the slave team by two soldiers. Zion, who was kicked crippled by Fang Sui yesterday, also appeared in the queue. His face was pale and bloodless, and his standing posture was quite strange. It was obvious that his injuries had not healed, but he had to support himself and come to participate in the work. Otherwise, slaves who lost their ability to work would have no choice but to be executed. Seeing Fang Sui, Zion's pale face flashed a trace of deep hatred. Obviously, he was seriously injured by Fang Sui's surprise attack yesterday, and he was not convinced. The middle-aged supervisor in charge of supervising their team of slaves glared at Fang Sui, who had joined the team, then looked around at the slaves, and said in a deep voice, "Today is an especially important day. The priests of the holy city will come to inspect. No one is allowed to cause trouble, otherwise you will have to watch out for your life." The slaves agreed sternly, and then dispersed to various places and started working. The morning passed in a flash. Near noon, the whole construction site suddenly sounded a desolate horn, summoning the slaves to line up. Fang Sui stood in the slave team, and everyone around him was silent, all looking in the direction facing the pyramid. There, in the middle of the two mountains, a road as wide as 8 horses running in parallel had long been opened up. It was usually used to transport construction materials. At this time, it was cleaned and unusually flat. Tens of thousands of people were lined up on both sides of the road. The crowds were layered, but orderly, silent, and waiting silently. The sun at noon, as big as a fireball, dominated the vast land of Egypt with its incomparable golden light. There was not a breath of wind in the air, and it was so hot that people were sweating profusely, but no one dared to make a sound. Perhaps it was related to the miraculous changes in his body last night. Fang Sui did not feel uncomfortable in such hot weather. Suddenly, he felt that he was being watched. Fang Sui did not need to turn his head to check, and he clearly grasped that it was Tattoo who was observing him. Even the sneer and disdain on his face were accurately captured by Fang Sui's greatly improved consciousness. The powerful horn sounded again around the pyramid. In the distance, an astonishing team of carriages and horses appeared, moving at a very fast speed. A large cloud of dust was raised behind the team, flying and dancing like a tornado. The priests of the holy city have finally arrived. The high-speed approaching team was composed of more than 10 two-wheeled chariots towed by 2 horses. Both sides of the wheels were cast with protruding bronze horns. The shape was simple and powerful, extremely solid, and sharp and intimidating. The whole team, led by 6 carriages, followed by 6 more, was a magnificent team with a commanding presence. In the center of the team, 2 carriages were galloping side by side, decorated with extremely luxurious white linen as the top, drooping down like curtains, dancing in the wind, like a chariot galloping from a myth. On one of the 2 carriages in the center, stood 2 middle-aged men with straight postures, wide white robes, and expressionless faces. One of them was of ordinary human size, and the other was slightly taller and thinner. Each of them held a short-handled magic staff with a golden and blue color winding around them. There seemed to be an inexplicable force around them, and a layer of black hair that was invisible and invisible to ordinary people. Fang Sui's eyesight increased greatly at this moment. He saw the strangeness of the 2 people at a glance, and a trace of alertness rose in his heart. These 2 people had the tyrannical power to dominate his life and death. The faint black air lingering around the 2 people was constantly twisting and rhythmic, and the breath was cold, with a chilling cold fluctuation. There is no doubt that these 2 gloomy men are the priests from the holy city. In another carriage in the middle of the convoy, there are also 2 people standing, one old and one young. The old one is majestic, wearing a half-body armor that looks like it was cast in gold, shining brightly, revealing his whole strong and powerful arms, with a cold face, a high nose bone, and a shining eye. He exudes a terrifying majesty when he looks around. He must be a person who has been in a high position for a long time and holds the power of life and death. When Fang Sui turned his eyes to the young man next to the old man, he secretly praised him. It was a bright and beautiful girl. The beauty of ancient Egyptian women can be seen from the legend that Caesar, who was powerful in the world, was fascinated by Cleopatra at first sight. The girl on the central frame is bright and beautiful, which is rare in Fang Sui's life. The girl is dressed in a white dress, highlighting her exquisite and light figure, and her honey-colored skin is full of compelling youthful breath. A pair of dark eyes, so deep that it seemed to attract people's souls to indulge in them, and long hair like a waterfall casually drooping on both shoulders, forming a dazzling contrast with the white pearly teeth. The beautiful nose and moist lips are perfectly arranged on the girl's beautiful face. She is full of smiles. As the car frame gallops, she looks around. Everyone who is swept by her eyes feels intoxicated. The team is speeding all the way. When it is 100 feet away from the pyramid, there is still no intention of slowing down, and it is still running like the wind. Suddenly, the majestic old man in the center of the team waved his hand, and the horses of the whole team screamed wildly at the same time. The team ran diagonally to one side, and in the gallop, they all made difficult deviation and tail swinging movements that are almost impossible to complete. What is rare is that the whole team moves in unison, and none of the people and horses are panicked, showing excellent training quality and a truly admirable demeanor. The team stopped under the pyramid and stood still. The next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared, causing tens of thousands of people in the entire camp to exclaim in unison. Note, different periods in ancient Egypt had different customs, and not every period required shaving the head or wearing a wig. The pharaoh Ramses unearthed in later generations had hair. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8: The Glory of the Gods. As the convoy stopped suddenly, a loud and sharp cry suddenly rang out in the sky. A shadow on the ground quickly enlarged. Everyone looked up and saw a ferocious bird that looked like a giant eagle swooping down from the sky like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it folded its wings and landed proudly next to the carriage of the two priests. The feathers of this raptor were like iron. Facing the sun, it reflected a faint black and gray light. Its body length was actually no less than that of an adult. Its beak was as sharp as a scimitar, nearly half a foot long. It was not difficult to imagine its destructive power to split rocks and penetrate iron. These were not enough to make everyone cry out at the same time. The most shocking thing was that under the claws of the ferocious bird, it was still tightly grasping a yellow desert python that was nearly 3 feet long and as thick as an ordinary person's calf. The sand python, which was at the top of the food chain and could hunt lone wolves, had its skin and flesh torn, its scales shattered, and blood pouring out. The giant eagle's sharp claws easily broke into its body. The sand python was still twisting and struggling, but being imprisoned at the feet of the giant eagle was like a monkey in the palm of the Buddha. It was difficult to get out of the waves, and death was only a matter of time. Hiss! A sound like cloth being torn was heard. The giant eagle stretched out its curved beak, pierced the scales on the top of the sand python's head, and then grabbed the skin and pulled it back. Although the sand python was in great pain and tossed violently, it could not stop the scales on its head, which were peeled off by the eagle's beak, revealing a large piece of pink and white tender meat under the skin. This scene was particularly shocking. What a ferocious and cruel giant eagle that treated the sand python as a toy. Fang Sui could conclude that this legendary black and grey raptor had long been extinct on the earth in later generations. It must be an ancient alien species, and it might even be the descendant of a prehistoric beast. It was unexpected that it could still be seen in ancient Egypt thousands of years ago. The slaves were still in shock. The priests on the two chariots in the middle of the convoy, as well as the dignified old man and the beautiful girl, had already gotten off the chariots one after another, escorted by the elite soldiers of other chariots. In the welcoming team under the pyramid, several people hurriedly came forward with a respectful attitude, calling the old man who got off the chariot sir, bowed and paid homage, and after seeing the two expressionless priests, they followed the old man and the priest, and began to inspect the entire pyramid construction site. The people who got off the convoy did not even look at the tens of thousands of slaves in the distance and walked around the pyramid with their heads held high. Only the beautiful girl was curious, looking around, showing her lively and active personality. When the two priests and the old man inspected the construction site, the slaves were still not allowed to move. Everyone held their breath and stood still. However, the giant eagle was not restricted by anyone. With a roar, it grabbed the dying sand python and flew away in an instant, flying to an unknown place to enjoy its delicious meal. Fang Sui hid among the slaves, looking at the two priests in white robes and with feminine faces from a distance. He showed a particularly concerned look at the black mist that appeared and swayed around them from time to time. It was obviously a supernatural power, extremely mysterious. Suddenly, Fang Sui felt a sense of alarm, and he immediately retracted his gaze from the two priests. Almost at the same moment, the two priests turned their heads back with eyes as sharp as hawks, and their eyes seemed to have turned into black holes that swallowed light. They were cold and terrifying, with no whites in their eyes, and they scanned the surroundings horribly and ruthlessly. Fang Sui was terrified, knowing that the two of them were sensing his gaze, so he turned back to check. This was very unusual. Not only were the two parties separated by dozens of feet, but Fang Sui was hiding in the slave team, watching from afar with the gazes of many priests, and he was actually sensed by them. This kind of sensitive perception ability, if used against an enemy, can make the opponent know where to hide, which is really terrifying. The two priests' dark eyes, unlike those of humans, scanned the crowd with burning eyes. Anyone who was stared at by their eyes could not help but feel a sense of panic in their hearts, as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake, and death would come at any time. It was extremely dangerous. The two patrolled for a long time, but found nothing. So they retracted their dark eyes and looked at each other with some surprise. The old man who was traveling with the two priests naturally noticed their abnormal reaction, but did not speak. A thoughtful look flashed across his face. Then he continued to listen to the chief supervisor who was in charge of the construction of the pyramid behind him, reporting on the progress of the construction. He nodded slightly from time to time, his face as cold as ice, and looked extremely serious. When the group patrolled to the place below the pyramid, where dozens of huge stones were lined up, they all stopped. The somewhat bloated and obese supervisor stepped forward, smiled before speaking, and said in a humble tone, "Please, the two priests, use your magic power, show the glory of the gods, and bring down great miracles for us mortal slaves." The bright girl also spoke for the first time, and said with longing and joy, "The two priests, please start quickly." Her voice was crisp, and contained a hint of magnetism, and it was as unforgettable as her appearance, very attractive. In ancient Egypt, priests represented the apostles of God on earth, and had a noble status. The supervisor of the pyramid construction site had a status equivalent to the minister of works in the ancient Chinese court. The two priests still did not say anything, but they showed enough respect to the girl's words, and nodded at the same time. The two priests walked forward together, and came to a huge stone. The two looked pious, and they uttered a low hum that was not like that of a human, and recited a series of strange syllables that no one could understand. The voice was very strange. It didn't sound high-pitched, but tens of thousands of people around felt like it was whispering in their ears, very clear, and every syllable could resonate with people's souls. Everyone near and far felt that their minds were churning and shaking with the rise and fall of the tone, as if their souls were boiling and about to leave their bodies. What was even more bizarre was that a black line as thick as a finger suddenly sprang out from the top of the two priests' gorgeous golden and blue staffs, like a spirit snake, and flashed into the ground. The next moment, the souls of many slaves around, or spiritual power, seemed to be connected as a whole through the priest's low humming, and the strange power generated by the staffs in their hands, forming a magnificent and surging power, like a huge spiritual force field, spreading invisibly and filling the void. This power was controlled by the staff in the priest's hand, and as it was lifted up and made a gesture of touching the gods, a miraculous scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The sandy ground in front of the priest began to rise rapidly, lifting and pushing the huge rocks weighing more than 10 tons on the ground into the sky, as if a pair of giant hands stretched out from the ground, placing the stones one by one in the corresponding positions on the pyramid accurately. Fang Sui was dumbfounded, and the shock in his heart was second only to the time when he saw the solar meteorite and the vision appeared in the sky. What he saw before his eyes was definitely not the power that humans should have. At this moment, Fang Sui even suspected that the place he traveled through was not the ancient Egypt on Earth, but a mythological world similar to ancient Egypt. Otherwise, how could he see such amazing power? This can only be described as a miracle. Fang Sui recalled the steps of the two priests in his mind to show this method. When the priest began to chant before, Fang Sui felt that as the sound entered his ears, a strange force wanted to invade his body and forcibly collect his spirit and physical strength, but it was resisted by a natural flow of heat in his body and failed. Others did not have Fang Sui's means, and were easily extracted a small part of their body power by the priest through the staff in his hand and the chanting of the mysterious spell. Like rivers and seas, they gathered into an inexplicable and vast divine power in front of them, causing the earth to bulge and rise, creating the scene in front of them. This seemed to be an unheard of ancient witchcraft magic that had been passed down for a long time. Although Fang Sui had roughly figured out the key points, he was still extremely shocked. Traveling to ancient Egypt, priests from the holy city, the miraculous power seen before him. What kind of world is this? After a cup of tea, the two priests looked more and more tired, and the sound of the spell in their mouths gradually weakened. They had obviously consumed a lot of energy, and had run out of energy. Moreover, with Fang Sui's eyesight far beyond that of ordinary people, he also found that the skin of the two was losing its luster, and it was sunken and thin at a very slow speed. They became as terrifying as living mummies, with a trace of black air constantly seeping out of their bodies, like evil spirits. When the two finally stopped chanting the spell, the earth slowly calmed down, and the miraculous scene finally ended. Only tens of thousands of people who had seen this scene were left around, and everyone's face was full of awe. Countless people suddenly began to call out the name of Ra in unison. That was the supreme god of Egypt, the omnipotent sun god. The sound waves were like the waves, surging endlessly, and the power was amazing. After a long time, when the voices of the shouting crowd gradually weakened, the voice of the chief supervisor suddenly sounded, shouting, "The two priests have consumed a lot of vitality because of summoning the power of the gods." As soon as he said this, Fang Sui immediately found that some slaves who had worked for more than a few months around him had a trace of fear on their faces. The fat face of the chief supervisor flashed with a strange glow, but his expression was very calm. He continued, "According to the previous rules, after the priests show their miracles, they need the slaves of God to dedicate themselves as compensation for the priests, to summon the power of God. We will follow the usual practice and select 10 healthy and young slaves from the slave team to fight, and the losers will become the priest's tonic. There is no doubt that the price of becoming a tonic is death." When the chief supervisor's voice fell, Fang Sui inexplicably felt a sense of danger. At this time, another voice sounded, saying, "Report to the chief supervisor, among the slaves under my team, there is a foreigner who broke into our country. He is strong and healthy. Let the slave team under my supervision come out to participate in the fight. I think he must be the best candidate to be presented to the priests." Fang Sui knew something was wrong when he heard the voice, and cursed in his heart, because the speaker was Tattoo. At the same moment, Fang Sui understood Tattoo's conspiracy. The reason why he pardoned Fang Sui's whipping yesterday was to make it appear that Fang Sui had no scars on his body, and could participate in the brutal fighting as a supplement for the priests. Tattoo also arranged in advance that Fang Sui had been working non-stop since yesterday. You must know that any ordinary person who works continuously for a day and a night, and is exposed to the scorching sun for several hours must be exhausted. If he participates in the life and death fight between slaves, he is doomed to fail. This shows that Tattoo's intentions are vicious. But no matter how much Tattoo calculated and used all his means, he would never have thought that it was because of his arrangement that Fang Sui entered the pyramid last night, underwent a mysterious change, opened the door to practice, and was in a better state at the moment, which was really better than any time before. Fang Sui sneered in his heart. In the games from ancient times to the present, the losers have been mocked and insulted by the winners. This time, he would give Tattoo an absolute surprise and let him often taste the taste of a loser. From another perspective, this may be a very good opportunity. Achievements are the life of a book. Please help me by logging in, clicking, recommending, and collecting it. Thank you. I'm especially grateful to the new and old book friends who have rewarded, voted, and clicked in the past few days. Thank you. Chapter 9, Life and Death Struggle. HMM. The chief supervisor groaned when he heard Tattoo's words. He turned his head and glanced at Tattoo and asked, "Are there foreign slaves in the team you supervise? Is it the yellow-skinned foreigner? I have seen him when he came, and I still have some impression of him." After getting Tattoo's affirmative answer, the chief supervisor said again, "I remember that according to the rotation order, the 10 teams that need to assign slaves to fight this month do not have the team you supervise." Tattoo said seriously, "Yes. But that foreign slave has made many mistakes in my team. If it were not for his strong body and ability to complete the daily assigned work on time, I would have reported him to the chief supervisor and executed him. This time, the priests happened to need sacrifices, and I thought this foreign slave was the best choice." Tattoo's words were really an accusation. Fang Sui hated it very much, but he did not argue in vain. Facing the various looks from the surrounding slaves, he stood silently in his place. The chief supervisor nodded and said, "That's good. Let this foreign slave come out last and fight another slave, Akkad, to the death." As soon as the name of Akkad came out, many slaves, and even a few guards, became slightly agitated. It seemed that Akkad's bad reputation made many people afraid. The chief supervisor spoke, and the matter was settled, and could not be changed. This is the sadness of being a slave. Life and death are all in the words of the superior. What happened afterwards happened very quickly, showing the efficient style of the Egyptians. As soon as the chief supervisor finished speaking, several soldier leaders were responsible for assigning slaves who would participate in the fight from the slave teams under their jurisdiction. The selected slaves of all kinds, some struggling unwillingly, some terrified and fearful, with different emotions, but they could not resist being selected from their own team, and became candidates for the life and death fight. Of course, not all the selected slaves were timid. On the contrary, a small number of death row prisoners who were notorious among the slaves were looking forward to such a fight, seeing it as a last chance to change their fate. There was a precedent in the past. In the life and death fight, some slaves who performed outstandingly and showed strong fighting ability would be taken in as house slaves by some big men, such as the old man who was sitting on the temporary stone platform under the pyramid to watch the fight. Their status was similar to that of a family guard, and they successfully got rid of their slave status. This was the only chance for all the death row prisoners to reverse their fate. Therefore, among the slaves who came out to participate in the fight at this time, several of them were death row prisoners who came out on their own initiative. Although they were different in height and appearance, they all had fierce faces and strong murderous intent. They had made up their minds to live or die, and their momentum was very terrifying. The battle of life and death began suddenly. The slaves who were not selected to participate in the fight were all relieved. They stood silently in their original places and looked at the central open space left under the pyramid from a distance. That was the fighting venue. The 10 selected slaves, 4 of them went on the field for the first time, divided into 2 pairs, and started a fierce fight. This kind of killing involves life and death, and there is no limit, only victory and defeat. Because the sacrifices offered to the priests are not required to be alive, it is particularly cruel, and the killing is so fierce that it is shocking. The battle entered a white-hot stage. As soon as it began, a scream rang out, full of attachment to life and resentment at the unfairness of fate. It was a slave who was knocked down during the encounter. There was a large piece of flesh on his neck, which was pounced on by the opponent, but torn off. Blood spurted out, and he let out a dying scream. The priests and the old man watching the battle on the high platform were not moved, and sat in silence. Only the beautiful girl beside the old man frowned slightly, as if she was surprised by the cruelty of the battle. The soldiers guarding the stage were used to such life and death fights. Some soldiers were still whispering with people around them, guessing who would win, and who would lose, and enjoying it. These scenes clearly showed the inferiority of human beings who enjoyed hunting their own kind, and also made Fang Sui more aware of the cruel nature of the fight between people. He stood in the selected slave team with a solemn face, like an indifferent bystander to the fight that was about to happen to him and decide his life and death. Before arriving in ancient Egypt, Fang Sui loved rock climbing. In the process of climbing to the top of the dangerous peak, he experienced the moment of life and death many times. Therefore, he was a rare man with courage. Although the fight of the slaves at this time was tragic, it was far from enough to make him feel afraid. But the skill displayed by the slaves fighting in the field surprised Fang Sui. It should be noted that this era is still in the initial stage of civilized society. The land is vast and rich in resources. Although humans are intelligent species, they have not yet escaped from the situation of fighting with countless beasts and natural disasters. Therefore, the humans of this era were wild and untamed, and everyone had rich hunting experience. Almost everyone had the experience of fighting with wild beasts. Therefore, everyone's reaction, speed, and strength really opened Fang Sui's eyes and shocked him. Crack. The sound of broken bones came. Another slave's arm was twisted and broken, and he lost the ability to continue fighting, and fell to the ground. The first round of the 4 slaves ended with 2 wins and 2 losses. The 2 losers were seriously injured and wanted to die, and the 2 winners were exhausted, but there was uncontrollable joy in their eyes. After all, they had the right to continue to survive. The scorching sun in the afternoon blazed the earth, causing the blood flowing on the fighting field to quickly solidify into dark red marks. As soon as the fight ended, soldiers came forward, lifted the 2 losers on the ground, and sent them to the feet of the priest on the stone platform. The 2 priests on the stage were now hidden in a black mist that was visible to ordinary people. They looked mysterious and their figures were looming in the black mist, like evil demons from the underworld, sitting silently on the stage. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. When the defeated slaves were carried onto the platform, the black mist surrounding the 2 priests turned into a black whirlwind, rushing towards the 2 slaves, and covering them in the black mist. The screams came out of the 2 slaves' mouths at the moment when the black mist possessed them, full of misery and despair. It was as if there were man-eating demons in the black mist, tearing their flesh and blood. Soon, the screams became weaker until there was no sound. The 2 groups of strangely moving black mist also began to dissipate, and finally there was nothing left, but they were swallowed up by the 2 priests. They were on the stone platform again, revealing their figures that were originally hidden in the black mist. The 2 priests, who had consumed so much energy after exerting their powers and chanting spells that their flesh and blood withered like mummies, had their skin and flesh quickly plump up. In a few breaths, they were almost back to their normal appearance when they were first seen. The 2 slaves who were carried onto the stage disappeared after the black fog disappeared. Fang Sui felt a chill in his heart. There was such an evil magic in the world. The evil black fog emitted by the priests obviously absorbed the flesh and blood and vitality of the 2 slaves to replenish their own consumption. TSK. 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 When Fang Sui was thinking about something, he suddenly heard a strange sound beside him. It was the other 2 slaves who were about to fight not far away. Seeing the miserable state of the slaves on the stage with no bones left, they showed extreme fear in their eyes, and their teeth clashed up and down, making a light TSK sound. Fang Sui sighed secretly. The 2 slaves had been overcome by fear and reason. I'm afraid that they would do crazy things and kill themselves. Sure enough, before Fang Sui finished thinking, the 2 slaves howled wildly in unison. In extreme fear, they could not control themselves and ran forward, trying to escape. Buzz, buzz. 2 strong bowstring vibrations sounded. Tattoo and another soldier beside him, both with sneers on their faces, shot the 2 fleeing slaves with lightning fast bows. Ha! A black light was like a storm. The 2 priests on the stage opened their mouths and spurted out black mist this time, which turned into a gust of wind and rolled towards the bodies of the slaves who fell to the ground after being shot. In an instant, the bodies of the slaves disappeared again. When the gust of wind was swallowed back into the mouths of the priests, their complexions became better and better, and they were full of energy and spirit. 2 damn idiots. A slave in the same selected slave team whispered with contempt and disdain. This slave was 2 feet away from Fang Sui. He was tall and fierce. He was 6 feet tall. His skin was rough and dark, and his muscles were bulging. His blood vessels were like small snakes coiled around his body. He stood there, and even the sandy ground under his feet sank slightly, showing how strong and heavy his body was, just like a mountain that would never be knocked down. This slave was also different, in that he had a pair of heavy shackles on his ankles, which imprisoned his freedom like a beast. This man was Akkad, who was personally named by the chief supervisor, and would fight Fang Sui later. He was recognized as the most vicious man among the tens of thousands of slaves in the entire construction site. Before his arrest, Akkad was a giant thief who roamed the desert, killing people like flies, and committing countless evil deeds. After his arrest, even many soldiers who were guarding him were frightened by his fierce reputation, and no one dared to beat or scold him, which shows how amazing his power was. Zion, who was kicked and beaten by Fang Sui yesterday, was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon compared to Akkad. Akkad was immediately aware of Fang Sui's gaze, his fierce eyes flashed slightly, and he turned his head to look back. The gazes of the two collided like electric currents, and there seemed to be an invisible lock in the void, locking their eyes tightly together. Akkad's bald head was facing away from the sun, so that his eyes under his thick eyebrows, which were full of murderous intent, were hidden in the shadows under his brow bones, and his expression seemed particularly cold and ruthless. He raised his hand and made a throat-cutting gesture to Fang Sui, then turned his head and looked at the second round of fighting that had begun in the field without looking at Fang Sui again. After a cup of tea, the second round of fighting ended, including the 2 slaves who escaped. Of the 10 slaves selected for the life and death battle, only Fang Sui and Akkad had not yet entered the field. Standing at the foot of the stone platform, Tattoo, who was at the front of the soldiers, sneered, stepped forward and shouted, "The last slave fight, Fang Sui vs Akkad, will begin immediately." Chapter 10, Fist Blasts Red. When the life and death battle really came, Fang Sui still looked calm and walked towards the field. Not far away, Akkad, who was also heading to the center of the field, suddenly turned his head to look at Fang Sui and mocked in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "Don't worry, I won't let you die immediately." His voice was unusually low, making people's ears buzz after hearing it, and it was as fierce and oppressive as he was. Fang Sui's thoughts turned slightly, and he vaguely grasped Akkad's intention, and said lightly, "You want to use me to show off my skills, so as to attract attention, and take the opportunity to get rid of your slavery?" Akkad snorted lightly, and admitted it frankly, "That's right. So I won't kill you right away, but will kill you after I have fully demonstrated my fighting skills. I hope you are not so useless that you can't even withstand one of my attacks." Fang Sui did not respond to Akkad's arrogance in a confrontational manner. Instead, he asked calmly, "I heard that you have been at this construction site for more than half a year. You should have experienced such life and death fighting scenes several times. Why didn't you look for an opportunity to take action before?" Akkad glanced at Fang Sui and sneered, "I'm not an ordinary death row prisoner, but a person who cannot be pardoned. How can ordinary dignitaries dare to relieve me of my guilt? But this time is different. Do you know the identity of the old man sitting on the stage?" He added, "He is our country's vassal, meaning the chief minister. His status is only second to the pharaoh, and only he can easily relieve me of my death row status." At this time, the 2 men had walked to the center of the field. Akkad laughed wildly and said, "You have to hold on for a while." After that, he continued to move forward and came to a position less than 3 meters away from Fang Sui. He finally stopped, and his behavior naturally revealed a fierce and aggressive demeanor. When the 2 soldiers walked into the field and removed the shackles between Akkad's ankles, a loud shout of action rang out from outside the field. In an instant, Akkad roared to the sky like a tiger out of the gate. His huge eyes widened, his feet stomped on the ground, and rushed towards Fang Sui. His move startled everyone. Anyone who has seen Akkad would not believe that with his huge and tall body, once he moved, he could be so fast. The principle that the bigger the body, the slower and less effective the movement is, does not exist for him. Akkad ran like thunder, stepping on the ground, showing a flexibility and speed that was absolutely incompatible with his body, which was jaw-dropping. Before Fang Sui traveled through time, he loved traveling. Sometimes he would trek through the wilderness alone, facing various possible dangers. He was naturally not unfamiliar with the art of fighting. Although he was not a master, he was also familiar with the means of defeating the enemy, and his skills were beyond ordinary people. Before the battle, Fang Sui had made a judgment, based on Akkad's height and weight, and decided not to compete with him head-on in strength, but to take advantage of his large and clumsy body, to find opportunities in movement, so as to achieve the goal of defeating the opponent in the end. But at this moment, when the battle really began, Fang Sui realized that he was wrong. He had never expected that Akkad's huge body would have such a rapid speed. Akkad's fierce and amazing body approached like a whirlwind, and one of his shoulders deliberately raised forward was like a galloping bull. The strong wind alone was painful. Fang Sui's reaction was also very fast, and he immediately made a move to dodge sideways. Even so, he was missing half of his body, and was still hit by Akkad's wild mountain-like force. Puff. Fang Sui hastily retreated, spitting out a small mouthful of blood, only to feel as if his chest was hit by a sledgehammer, and the blood in his body was surging, making him extremely uncomfortable. The crowd of onlookers shouted in unison, shocked by Akkad's power. As soon as the battle began, it seemed that the outcome could be foreseen. Suddenly, Akkad shouted violently, and with the help of the huge impact of his previous run, he cleverly transformed the power of his whole body into a fist force, and hit Fang Sui in the face with his backhand. If Fang Sui was hit by this blow, his nose would collapse immediately, and his face would be covered with blood and he would lose all resistance. Bang! Fang Sui raised his arms in a flash and successfully blocked Akkad's attack at the last moment, but his body was lifted up by the huge force, his feet left the ground, and he floated back a few feet in the air. The arm used to block the attack was in great pain. This Akkad was like a human-shaped beast, with first-class strength, reaction, speed and combat experience, and no weaknesses. The crowd watching the battle on the stone platform also showed moving expressions after he displayed his skills. Some of the soldiers watching from the stage cheered. Bang, bang, bang. Before Fang Sui recovered from the great pain of his arms being almost broken, Akkad jumped up and punched again. His fists made a sharp sound that pierced the air and collided violently with Fang Sui's arms that were protecting his head and face and blocking his defense. The focus of the battle was no longer who would win or lose between the two sides, but to see when Fang Sui's defense would be broken, his arm bones would be broken, and he would completely lose his fighting power. Akkad's heavy punches were like a storm, continuous and endless. Fang Sui was like a small boat in the waves, swaying in the wind and rain, and in danger of capsizing and dying at any time. Fang Sui also felt that his situation was not good, and he was in danger of defeat at any time, but he still managed to stay calm. Behind his arms, that blocked the opponent's attack, his eyes flashed with ice-like concentration. Suddenly, Fang Sui felt a piercing pain. With a click, his left shoulder, which was blocking Arcade, was dislocated. His defense finally had a loophole. Arcade's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He shouted, retracted his right fist, and made a gesture of accumulating power, ready to deliver a fatal blow. What Fang Sui had been waiting for was the fleeting opportunity, when Arcade was exposed, because of the accumulation of power. Suddenly, Fang Sui rushed forward, and rushed into Arcade's chest, which was not defended, because he underestimated the enemy. He punched out like lightning, and hit his throat. Pa. Fang Sui's attack was successful, but he was shocked to find that he did not achieve the goal of severely injuring his opponent. It felt like he was hitting a piece of iron and stone, not flesh and blood. Arcade was hit in the vitals, but he just shook his head and swayed his body slightly, and then acted as if nothing had happened. He growled, his eyes full of contempt, staring at Fang Sui and saying, "Do you think you can win by waiting for an opportunity?" In fact, Fang Sui kicked silently at the same time as he punched, but was blocked by Akkad's knees, and failed to succeed. If there really is a legendary indestructible Vajra with a body as hard as iron, then Akkad should be like this now. This official must have practiced some secret arts to be so strong, far beyond ordinary people in both offense and defense, like an ancient troll. At this point, even with Fang Sui's strong mind, he couldn't help but feel a little cold in his heart, and felt that his opponent was difficult to defeat. Akkad's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he shouted, "I've had enough fun, now you go to die." He finally blasted out a fully charged blow. His fist actually showed a dark brown light, and the whole hand seemed to have suddenly turned into fine iron, and hit Fang Sui invincibly. On the high platform, there was a dignified warrior who had always been closely guarding behind the majestic old man. With a gleam in his eyes, he said in surprise, "This Akkad is quite talented. He has practiced to the point of absorbing natural forces to strengthen himself. He is a talent." After hearing this, the old man did not comment and nodded slightly. Off stage, the fight between the two sides reached a moment of life and death. Facing Akkad's punch, Fang Sui did not dodge or evade, but also punched out, choosing to fight against his opponent. The onlookers all sided Fang Sui's unwiseness. Fang Sui used his own shortcomings to fight against the enemy's strengths, and fought against the powerful Akkad, which was really courting death. The bright and beautiful girl on the stage sighed softly, and it was not known whether she felt pity for Fang Sui who was about to be defeated, or regretted that the fight was about to end, and there would be no more excitement to watch. Everyone could imagine what kind of miserable state Fang Sui would be in after this blow. But at the moment when the two sides' attacks collided, something strange happened. Fang Sui's fist actually emitted a faint red light, as if a layer of flames had ignited. Suddenly, the old man and the two priests on the stage looked at each other with great enthusiasm. One of the priests stood up from his seat and blurted out, "The fist is on fire, stop it." Bang! The priest's shouting was too late. The fists of the two fighting parties collided with each other with unparalleled strength, making a dull sound that shook the whole audience. Chapter 11. Borrowing a knife to kill. Crack. Then there was a sound like an object burning in a raging fire, suddenly heard from the place where the fists of the two warring parties collided. All the onlookers saw with doubt that Akkad, who had always had the upper hand, suddenly froze with a ferocious and violent look, as if he had encountered an unbelievable accident. The endless crisp sound of crack came from Akkad's fist. His solid and powerful fist suddenly burned from the inside out in such a strange way, and cracks and scorch marks appeared in an instant. Akkad's violent face was covered with beads of sweat in an instant. It can be seen that he was suffering great pain. Obviously, the result of the last blow from both sides was that Akkad fell into a disadvantage, and it seemed that he was seriously injured. This was really unexpected. The people watching the battle, including Tattoo and Zion, who was in the slave team and hated by the other party, were both dumbfounded and completely at a loss. No one knew why such an unexpected result occurred. In fact, earlier, facing Akkad's powerful and ready punch, Fang Sui's first reaction was to prepare to dodge. But at that moment, there was a heat flow in his body, as if sensing the coming crisis, and it traveled through his body in a breath, and finally rushed out of his fist naturally, facing Akkad. The two sides had a head-on collision. The result of the collision surprised even Fang Sui himself. The heat released from his body was extremely weak, but it had such power that it hit the fierce Akkad in one fell swoop and turned the situation around. In Akkad's perception, at this moment, his body was like being invaded by an irresistible magma. He felt as if his whole body was thrown into a frying pan, and he was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Akkad was sweating all over his body, and even his senses such as eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were affected. He couldn't hear or speak, and couldn't even scream. According to Fang Sui's personality and style, he should have seized the opportunity when the enemy lost the ability to resist and attacked forcefully, striving to expand the victory and completely destroy the opponent. But at this time, the priest's shout had already sounded, and Fang Sui's thoughts were racing. He realized that under the current circumstances, if he rashly disobeyed the priest's order, the consequences would be unpredictable, and it was not worth the risk, so he chose to stand where he was, and did not continue to attack Akkad. After a breath, Akkad began to feel that the hot power in his body had subsided, and he slowly recovered his ability to move. But the hand that collided with Fang Sui seemed to have been scalded in hot oil. The scene was horrible. Not only was the skin and flesh burnt, but it was also emitting wisps of light smoke. Fang Sui heard the priest's shout and stood still, but it did not mean that he would let Akkad go. At the moment, when Akkad regained his ability to move, Fang Sui turned his head and looked at him in time, with naked contempt and disdain in his eyes. This was exactly the look that Akkad had given Fang Sui before, and now it was completely reversed. Fang Sui's gaze was seen by Akkad. Being mocked by the person he originally despised was particularly unbearable for the tyrannical Akkad. He roared softly, his eyes were fierce, his face was ferocious, and he was almost crazy. Suddenly, Akkad swung out another intact giant palm and slapped Fang Sui on the head. "How dare you? Didn't you hear me telling you to stop?" The cold voice of the priest came from the stage. At the same time, a black gloomy wind suddenly swept into the void and wrapped Akkad in it. When the gloomy wind disappeared, the majestic Akkad was also swept by the black wind and disappeared, leaving only a lingering scream. He has followed the footsteps of several defeated slaves before and become a tonic for the priest. In this environment, where it is either you or me, Fang Sui did not feel guilty for successfully arousing Akkad's anger and indirectly getting rid of this powerful opponent. He stood still with a calm face. What Fang Sui did was seen by the old man on the stage. There seemed to be a light in his eyes that suddenly flashed and then disappeared. On the stage, the voice of the white-robed priest without changing the tone sounded again, saying lightly, "Akkad is stupid and ignorant. In this final competition, Fang Sui wins." The countless slaves and soldiers watching around recovered from the series of shocks at this time. Everyone looked at Fang Sui with fear, which was completely different from before. Fang Sui's previous punch containing the power of fire was far beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding, and humans usually have, or in fear for things that they cannot understand. At this time, the eyes of the whole audience were focused on Fang Sui, including the two priests on the stage, the old man and the bright girl. Among them, the expressions of the two priests were the most special. Their eyes were unfathomable, and they stared at Fang Sui coldly, as if they wanted to see through him. Fang Sui, who was being watched, suddenly had a terrible thought that no secret could escape the other party's gaze. Seeing the solemn expressions of the two priests, the audience fell silent at the same time. The audience could hear a pin drop. After a while, the taller priest said in a deep voice, "Where did the red light from your fist come from? Remember, if you are untrue, you will die." Fang Sui made a confused and somewhat uneasy expression and replied, "I don't know why at the critical moment there would be a heat flow from my fist. This has never happened before. Maybe it is. Maybe it is the favor of the gods." "Nonsense. How can the gods favor an outsider like you? Your Excellency the priest, I think this man must be an evil existence despised by the gods, and he should be executed immediately." It was Tattoo who spoke with a gloomy face, adding insult to injury. He saw with his own eyes the destructive power that Fang Sui had previously exerted. The power of the blow was so terrifying that even the tyrannical Akkad could not resist it. Tattoo asked himself that he was not as good as Akkad, so how could he not be afraid? He clearly realized that if Fang Sui didn't die today, he would be in great trouble the next day, so he had to kill Fang Sui. He seized the opportunity and spoke immediately. "Shut up. Do I need you to teach me how to do this?" Tattoo's words interrupted the priest's meditation, and he was immediately scolded. The priest turned his eyes to Tattoo and asked, "Are you blind? Can't you see that the red light he shot out earlier contains a weak solar firepower, who is despised by the gods, and can emit the firepower of the sun god? You say he is an evil existence, that he has doubts about the great sun god, and that you want to die." Tattoo trembled all over, his face was horrified, and his lips trembled. Seeing that the priest didn't look at him again after speaking, he retreated to the side in silence, as if he had been pardoned, and dared not speak again. The two priests turned their eyes back to Fang Sui, and one of them said coldly, "So you have no idea why you have such power?" Fang Sui said firmly, "Yes, I swear by the gods that I have no idea why I can emit red flames." "Okay. Then are you willing to follow us back to the sacrificial courtyard and become a member of the sacrificial courtyard of my Egyptian kingdom of God?" The two priests' faces suddenly changed, showing a peaceful look for the first time, and asked Fang Sui. Before the priests finished speaking, there was an uproar around. It should be known that the sacrificial courtyard is the most mysterious and sacred place in Egypt. It is responsible for communicating and serving the gods, and guiding Egypt's direction through the enlightenment of the gods. The high priest among them has a high status. Even His Majesty the Pharaoh, who is known as the son of the gods, respects him. If Fang Sui can enter the sacrificial courtyard, it will be equivalent to ascending to heaven in the eyes of the onlookers. Considering that even if the two priests had other purposes, the situation before them could not be refused, Fang Sui put on an expression of surprise and was about to agree. But another voice suddenly sounded, interrupting without any courtesy. Wait a minute. Chapter 12 Under the Pyramid. The one who spoke was a majestic old man on the stage. When he spoke for the first time, his voice was very deep and full of unwavering meaning, showing his decisive character. Everyone turned their eyes to the old man. He was still sitting still, but his eyes were shining, and his spirit was compelling. Under the gaze of all the onlookers, he was calm and composed. He was indeed an extraordinary person. What does Prime Minister Munisa mean by suddenly speaking? The two priests asked at the same time. Munisa's face was calm, and he said calmly, your sacrificial temple discovered a spiritual talent and recruited on the spot. How do you know that this young man has no intention of joining the army? So this prime minister is also joining in the fun and preparing to ask. Munisa spoke without looking sideways and looked at Fang Sui with a blazing light, as if he didn't care about the rest of the people present, but only looked at Fang Sui differently. This not only showed Munisa's extremely strong style of doing things, but also made Fang Sui feel valued unconsciously. Just from such simple means, we can see that Munisa is very cunning and shrewd, and he is worthy of being a great minister. Munisa's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he looked at Fang Sui with an overwhelming demeanor, and said in a deep voice, tell me, do you want to enter the sacrifice house, or do you want to serve under me? Give me the answer now. Fang Sui frowned secretly, and was quite disgusted with Munisa's aggressive and arbitrary tyranny. Compared to fighting for Egypt, a country where he had no sense of belonging, and establishing meritorious services, the relatively mysterious sacrifice house was obviously more attractive to Fang Sui. Therefore, after Munisa finished speaking, Fang Sui said generously, I want to go with the two priests to see first, and find out what the heat in my body is, and then consider serving the prime minister. Fang Sui's words were quite smooth, and he did not directly offend Munisa, but it still made a guard behind Munisa look a little cold, and he scolded, you don't know how to advance or retreat. On the contrary, the bright girl's eyebrows and eyes were charming, and she looked at Fang Sui in detail for the first time. It was the first time for her to see someone reject her father, Munisa, the Prime Minister of Egypt, in person, so she developed a little interest in Fang Sui. Munisa was a man of great wisdom, and he never showed his emotions. When Fang Sui politely rejected him, he just said with a twinkle in his eyes, alright. If you change your mind, you can come to me at any time. What I say counts at any time. The two priests were obviously very satisfied with Fang Sui's choice. One of them said, that's great. From now on, Fang Sui will get rid of your slave status and become a member of my sacrificial house. Your specific status will be determined by the high priest when you return to the sacrificial house. Come here. The two priests immediately released Fang Sui from his slave status without even asking the chief supervisor in charge of the slaves. This alone shows how powerful the sacrificial house is. There was another uproar around them. Whether it was slaves or soldiers, they all looked envious and cast admiring eyes at Fang Sui. This had never happened before. A slave suddenly became the most respected member of the sacrificial house in Egypt, serving the gods. Among the crowd, only Tatu looked pale, and he slowly retreated, hiding his figure among the crowd around him. Another person whose face changed drastically was Zan. He had never thought that Fang Sui, who was still a slave a moment ago, would rise to the top in a blink of an eye and become a member of the sacrificial temple who could decide the life and death of slaves with just one word. This change was really too dramatic. Zion's heart was filled with great fear, and he didn't even have the courage to look directly at Fang Sui's direction. The sun, which had been shining for a day, slowly set in the west, and the blazing brilliance became warm. A hint of coolness began to float between heaven and earth, making people feel refreshed. When Fang Sui came to the stage, one of the two priests, who was an ordinary person and rarely spoke, walked to Fang Sui while looking him up and down, and suddenly made a move, pointed his finger at Fang Sui's forehead, and closed his eyes without saying a word. At the moment the priest made a move, Fang Sui was startled, but he reacted immediately and did not move at all. The priest's finger touching his forehead was so cold that it didn't look like a human hand, but like a piece of ice. There seemed to be a cold river at the tip of his finger, flowing into Fang Sui's body, and in an instant, it flowed through his body, stopped briefly at the lower abdomen and the main veins of his hands and feet, and finally flowed back from Fang Sui's forehead into the priest's fingers. As the cold current from the priest came and went, Fang Sui's arm, which had been dislocated when he fought with Akkad earlier, healed without medicine and automatically connected. When the priest opened his eyes again, a trace of fatigue appeared in his eyes. He looked at the other tall and thin priest and said, "He is not lying. There are no signs of cultivation in the lower abdomen and the main veins of the limbs where the yin and yang of the body meet." He glanced at Fang Sui again and said, "We are going to inspect the interior of the pyramid. You come with us." After saying that, he turned around and walked side by side with the other priest and the chief minister Munisa, and walked into the pyramid under the awe-inspiring gaze of many slaves. Fang Sui and the middle-aged guard who followed Munisa walked side by side, and diagonally in front of Munisa was the bright girl in white. When Fang Sui's eyes swept towards the girl, he happened to see her looking back, with a mischievous smile flashing in her beautiful eyes, and her expression was moving. Fang Sui moved his eyes away naturally, and stopped looking around. He was not safe at the moment, and it was not wise to rashly contact this girl who was as radiant as a pearl. This time, unlike Fang Sui's choice to go up to the stone chamber to work last night, they walked into the deep descending passage. The walls of the descending passage were engraved with countless totem symbols, and their complexity was even greater than the main passage at the entrance of the pyramid. It seemed that this descending passage was the top priority of the entire pyramid. The crowd went down for more than 10 feet in a row, but still did not reach the end of the passage, which showed how deep it was. After walking a few more feet, under the light of the torches fixed on the two walls, Fang Sui discovered that at the end of the descending passage in front of him, there was a wide and simple stone door. There were intricate patterns engraved on the door, outlining a series of strange patterns. The most mysterious thing is that these patterns are not static. Some patterns are like flowing water, interweaving and changing with each other, which is very magical and mysterious. When Fang Sui saw this huge door that was nearly 2 meters high, he vaguely felt that this was a stone door with strange power, and some ancient things seemed to be sealed behind the door. When he came to the door, everyone around, including Munisa and the two priests, showed a trace of caution and fear. According to later research, it is generally believed that the main function of the pyramid is to preserve the mummy of the pharaoh's body after his death, so that when the reincarnation of thousands of years is complete, the pharaoh's wandering soul can return again and gain eternal life. Just like plants can regenerate after withering. But there are other views that the facts may not be so. The pyramid is not just used to place the pharaoh's mummies. Because in Egyptian history, there was a strange situation in which a pharaoh built 3 pyramids in succession during his tenure. If it was used as a cemetery, why did one person need 3 pyramids? This is completely inexplicable. It has also been proven that the most famous pyramid in Egypt has never stored the mummies of the pharaohs. All these situations can prove that the pyramids are not just the tombs of the pharaohs. In this way, the purpose of the pharaohs building the pyramids during their reign, with great efforts and countless financial and material resources, has become a new unsolved mystery. When Fang Sui lowered his head in thought, the two priests in front of him had already walked to the stone door with solemn expressions, shouted in unison, and raised their staffs together. A wonderful scene that had never been seen before appeared in the next moment. Chapter 13, The Underworld. When the two priests' staffs touched the stone door, they were like digging into the water, blending into the solid stone door surface without any hindrance. Soon, the two staffs crossed and fixed in the center of the door. Fang Sui stared at the ripples on the stone door surface, and suddenly realized that the staffs in the priest's hands were the key to opening this strange stone door. Rumble. Before Fang Sui finished his thought, the stone door slowly opened after the staffs merged, making a deafening sound. For a moment, even the ground under his feet was shaking. A ray of cold light shone from the separated stone door. I don't know if it was an illusion, but when the door opened, Fang Sui seemed to hear a roar like the roar of an evil spirit, full of fierceness, which made people tremble and feel uneasy. When the stone door was fully opened, the space behind the door was exposed. It was empty and a vast underground hall was in sight. The hall is square, solemn, and quiet, with flat walls. It is probably 100 feet in size, and about 3 feet in height. What is surprising is that there is no supporting column structure in such a huge underground space. The entire underground hall is seamless and a spectacle. It is hard to understand how such a vast space without any support can remain solid and not collapse. This alone is enough to be called a miracle in architecture. There is no obvious light source in the underground space of more than 100 feet, but objects can be seen, and it is not very dark. The ground is paved with a black and grey stone, which exudes a breathtaking sense of oppression. There is almost nothing in the hall, only a terrifying huge coffin is placed in the middle, which conveys a sense of oppression and death in silence. One of the two priests standing in front of the crowd said in a deep voice, "Everyone wait here, no one is allowed to enter the temple." After a moment of hesitation, he turned back to look at Fang Sui and said, "You are also a psychic, you can come in and take a look." Fang Sui responded and followed the two priests and the steady Munisa into the temple. The bright girl was about to follow in, but was stopped by Munisa without turning back, saying, "You are a woman, you cannot enter the forbidden demonic death temple." The girl's big eyes, that seemed to be able to speak, flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction. Her lips pursed lightly, and she snorted coquettishly. Her behavior showed the beauty of a girl of this age, but she had no choice but to stop her eager lotus feet, and chose to stay outside the temple. Forbidden demonic death temple. Fang Sui's thoughts moved slightly. This name doesn't sound like a good place. Why is there a forbidden demonic temple under the pyramid? Could it be that the mysterious pyramid also has the function of sealing and suppressing? The moment he stepped into the hall, a chilly aura surged up from the grey background. Walking on it felt like walking barefoot on ice, which made Fang Sui shudder. The hall was so dark and terrifying that anyone with a weak courage would be terrified and unable to move. The two priests and Munasa in the front walked forward solemnly and soon came to the center of the hall, in front of the golden coffin that was more than 10 feet long. Fang Sui leaned over the coffin and his heart skipped a beat. The coffin was uncovered, but it was filled with a strange black mist. A mummy corpse that could be resurrected after death in ancient Egyptian legends, wrapped in layers of white cloth, lay silently in the coffin, and suddenly caught Fang Sui's eyes. It was unknown how many years a mummy had been sleeping, so that the originally white shroud had turned dark yellow and black, giving people an ancient and evil look. Munasa, who was standing beside the coffin, had a gleam in his eyes. He solemnly took out a jade container the size of half a fist. It was shaped like a small bottle, tightly sealed, and engraved with numerous blood-colored spells. When Munasa pulled out the cork and poured the bottle out, thick, pungent dark red blood immediately flowed out of it, dripping drop by drop onto the head of the mummy in the coffin. Ah! As soon as the blood fell on the mummy's head, a shrill roar suddenly sounded. This roar was not only heard by Fang Sui, but also by everyone waiting outside the hall. Everyone was startled, frightened by the ferocity revealed in this roar that came from nowhere. Suddenly, an even more heart-pounding scene appeared. All the blood that fell on the mummy's shroud would disappear silently, as if it had been swallowed by the mummy wrapped under the cloth. Even though he had encountered a series of strange things in the past day, Fang Sui was still frightened. The blood in this bottle was made by my sacrificial temple with the blood of more than 100 different creatures. The mummy is a dead alien that is in the human world, but connected to the underworld. Sprinkle the blood on the mummy, and you can use its power to see the true appearance of the underworld. The tall and thin priest glanced at Fang Sui and said coldly. Fang Sui was shocked again and said, "Can you see the underworld in this forbidden magic palace?" The priest's face was calm, but his eyes were sharp, staring at the mummy in the coffin without blinking, and said, "You are a person who can sense the power of nature. You only need to cut your fingertips and drip blood on the mummy's forehead, and you can use its power to see the underworld." Contemplating the boundless underworld, where the giant god Anubis is, can enhance our spiritual power, which is one of the methods of practice. I hope you are brave enough. After that, he took out a black short blade like a magic trick, cut his own finger first, let the blood fall into the coffin, and then handed the dagger to Fang Sui. The other priest and Munisa did the same, cutting their fingers and letting the blood drip. This scene was very much like the scene of an ancient witchcraft ritual in the legend. Even the surrounding space seemed to be affected by an inexplicable force, and the atmosphere was indescribably weird. When the dagger taken from the priest cut the fingertips, Fang Sui instantly felt a chill entering his body. The blood was pulled by some strange force and flowed out rhythmically from the fingertips, falling drop by drop on the mummy in the coffin. The moment the blood came into contact with the mummy, Fang Sui's ears were once again filled with deafening and shrill howls, and the scene in front of him changed drastically in an instant. Like the movement of the stars, the entire underground hole seemed to have moved to another time and space in the blink of an eye. The originally black and grey stone floor in the hall turned into a black fog that surged like a river without any warning, rhythmically spreading and surging. The light in the hall became gloomy and dark. Fang Sui felt like he was standing on a black cloud, with black fog floating under his feet, gathering and dispersing from time to time. He also sensed an extremely evil force surging far below the black fog, with a chilling breath. At this time, the huge coffin containing the mummy suddenly shook violently, and the black fog that permeated the feet of several people slowly dispersed, and the scene hidden under the fog appeared in Fang Sui's eyes. Under the fog, it seemed to be connected to another time and space. In the depths of millions of feet, a vast and boundless land appeared incredibly. The perspective of Fang Sui and others at this time was like standing thousands of feet high in the sky, overlooking the land below. The ground was cold and lightless, and everything was dark, including black mountains, black soil and rocks, vegetation, mountains, and rivers. On the black land, there were countless evil spirits. They were rampant and roaring, and each of them was extremely ferocious. Among the countless dead spirits, the most common were mummies, which moved quickly on the ground and looked no different from living beings, but exuded the power fluctuations of evil and death. The scenes were so bizarre that even Fang Sui, who was always brave, was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, these terrifying scenes only lasted for a short time. After a short while, the underground hall of the pyramid where Fang Sui and others were standing returned to normal. The rolling black fog under their feet, as well as the entire underworld, disappeared without a trace. The mummy coffin in the center of the hall also stopped shaking and returned to calm. Fang Sui took several deep breaths in succession, but he still couldn't calm down. His heart was like a raging sea, churning wildly. Not far from him, the expressions of the two priests also changed slightly. Even Munisa, who was calm and experienced, was still a little surprised. He said in a deep voice, "How could such an amazing scene appear when the dead mummy's power of communication with the underworld was activated this time? Even the billions of evil spirits on the land of the underworld can see it clearly. This is unprecedented. Was everything we saw before real, or a special illusion caused by the failure of peeping into the underworld?" A tall and thin priest, with a thoughtful look in his eyes, said slowly, "According to ancient legends, the real scene of the underworld is recorded in the authentic copy of the Book of the Dead, the supreme code lost in Egypt, which is very similar to what we saw before. Judging from this, what we saw before should be true. But this time, the image of the underworld was so clear and complete, which is indeed abnormal." Another priest who rarely spoke said decisively, "Let's go back quickly and report what we saw today to the pharaoh and the high priest." After the three of them finished speaking, they turned around and walked towards the temple gate, not noticing Fang Sui who was following behind. However, they did not know that at the moment, when the netherworld disappeared, a very yang and fierce power flowed through Fang Sui's body. In his pupils, there was a flash of dark golden divine light. All things are yin and yang coexisting, one life and one death, which is the cycle of heaven and endless reincarnation. At the moment when the yang and fierce aura flowed in Fang Sui's body, a dark black aura was attracted from the depths of the netherworld. Without the gods and ghosts noticing, it broke through the void and sank into Fang Sui's body, disappearing without a trace. This change was very mysterious, and it could not be expressed in words. Everything exists between existence and non-existence, and cannot be seen by the naked eye. Fang Sui also had a sense of intuition in the haze, but he himself was not very clear about the real situation. At this time, the four of them came to the temple gate one after another. Munisa kept ordering the subordinates waiting outside, saying, "We will set off at night and return to the holy city immediately." Everyone responded loudly. When the two priests reached out to retrieve their staffs, the heavy stone door of the underground hall rumbled again and quickly closed, covering the underground stone hall connected to the netherworld. Half a cup of tea later, Fang Sui boarded a carriage, and drove away with the convoy that the priests had appeared in, leaving the pyramid construction site. Please support me. Log in and click, collect and recommend. Click, hide, recommend. Thank you all. Chapter 14, Holy City, Night. The crescent moon hangs high in the sky. A giant eagle, looking down at the earth, spreads its wings and flies. Looking from below, it seems to be interspersed between the stars and the moon. On the ground, a team of people is galloping, as if chasing the stars and the moon. This team is heading towards the holy city of Egypt, after leaving the pyramid construction site. Due to the great temperature difference between day and night caused by the desert climate, this team takes a rest at midnight and noon every day, to avoid the cold and heat, and uses the rest of the time to travel, achieving the highest efficiency, while effectively avoiding the influence of the climate. At this time, the team is just after the rest time at midnight, and in the night near dawn, they set off again to travel, relying on the moonlight and starlight shining on the earth, and the speed does not decrease at all. They have been away from the pyramid construction site for nearly 2 days. Fang Sui stood on a chariot near the center of the team, observing the stars and the moon to determine the direction, and thus judged that the whole team was always galloping towards the southwest. Based on the comprehensive analysis of Egypt's geographical location, it is easy to know that the original pyramid construction site is somewhere in the east of Egypt. It is also one of the few areas in Egypt where you can occasionally see undulating mountains, which is consistent with the terrain around the pyramid construction site. Fang Sui felt a pity when he came to this conclusion. Before he came to ancient Egypt, he was traveling in Mount Sinai, which is the easternmost area of the Sinai Peninsula in Egypt. In this way, the location of the pyramid construction site should not be too far from the Sinai Peninsula. If Fang Sui said that after traveling to ancient Egypt, the first place he wanted to go most urgently was Mount Sinai. After all, he came to this ancient era not long ago and had no sense of belonging. He wanted to go to Mount Sinai just for a one-in-a-lifetime hope. Since he traveled through Mount Sinai, who dared to say that this sacred mountain that could make the solar meteorite land would not allow him to return to the modern era? Unfortunately, the direction of the convoy at this time was contrary to the Sinai Peninsula, where Mount Sinai was located, and it was getting farther and farther away. Fang Sui sighed inwardly, and he could only sigh helplessly. It seems that going to Mount Sinai can only be done later. Fang Sui turned to look at the land of Egypt and the bright and boundless starry sky under the moonlight. As seen in later generations, the land of ancient Egypt is mostly desert, with few hills and green plants. From a distance, the whole team seems to be rising and falling in the waves of the endless sea of sand. The air in this era is not polluted, and it is pure and intoxicating. When you breathe, you feel refreshed, and can sense the vitality in the air. Looking far away during the day, the sky is blue and the clouds are white, and the sky is clear. It seems that you can see the end of the connection between heaven and earth, which makes people excited and unable to control themselves. At this time, running fast under the moon, there is a different feeling of being isolated from the crowd, which rises in Fang Sui's heart. Along the way, many soldiers in this caravan have known each other. Whether the whole team is resting or rushing, they have clear division of labor and each performs their duties. The obedience and discipline shown along the way make Fang Sui admire them repeatedly. This era should be a prosperous dynasty in ancient Egypt, which could have such elite troops. Suddenly, a light body fragrance was sent to Fang Sui's nose, which was full of youthful breath. Fang Sui turned his eyes slightly, and saw a beautiful girl in a car in front. She was the daughter of Munisa, the Prime Minister of Egypt, and one of the most dazzling pearls in the whole of Egypt. The girl was still in a white dress, with a beautiful appearance, without any trace of the wind and frost of rushing on the road. Fang Sui already knew that the girl's name was Candice. She was 18 years old this year, and she was as beautiful as a flower. It is said that she was a character that people loved and feared in the holy city of Egypt. Although she was born beautiful, she had excellent martial arts and her combat power was above many elite soldiers. Therefore, the fatigue along the way did not stump Candace and made her look haggard. Perhaps sensing Fang Sui's gaze, Candace turned back gracefully, revealing a beautiful smile that competed with the bright moon. Time flies, no one in the convoy speaks, and in the gradually brightening sky, the caravan gallops faster and faster. On this morning, the air gradually became humid. It was the breath of the Nile River that runs through the whole of Egypt. Judging from the fact that almost all the important cities in Egypt are built on both sides of the Nile River, the holy city must be not far away. Suddenly, an eagle's cry was heard in the sky, in front of the convoy that had been galloping for nearly 2 days. At the end of the horizon, the outline of a majestic giant city appeared. Fang Sui let out a light howl and expressed sincere admiration for the giant city that seemed to be located at the end of the earth. As the convoy sped, the giant city was approaching quickly. Fang Sui could not find any words to accurately describe the grandeur of the city. It stood in the morning sunlight, like a divine city under the sun, reflecting a faint golden glow all over. The palaces in the city are magnificent and orderly, and huge statues of gods and demons are scattered around, creating an incredible magic that is shocking to the eyes. The entire city spans both sides of the Nile River. Its prosperity makes Fang Sui feel like he has returned to the modern era. Several soldiers riding in the same car with Fang Sui were all full of pride. One of them said to Fang Sui with a conceited look, "This is one of the 2 most magnificent cities of gods in my Egypt. Even if you are an outsider, you should have heard of the name of Thebes." Fang Sui thought to himself that I have never heard of it in this era, but I have heard of the name of the ruins of Thebes in the modern era thousands of years later. Then I thought again, so the holy city is Thebes. According to the time of existence of Thebes calculated by later generations, the era I'm in now is probably around 2000 BC, which is a time span of 3000 to 4000 years from the present. During this period, the Chinese land was still living in a tribal form, or had already established the legendary initial dynasty of Chinese civilization, Daxia, or was it in the Shang and Zhou dynasties, which were all brilliant eras with countless myths and legends. According to historical records, the ancient Egyptian city of Thebes was an ancient city full of magical colors. Its rise and fall is a microcosm of the rise and fall of the entire ancient Egypt. Thebes was the largest city in the world at that time, dominating both sides of the Nile River. It was said to have as many as 100 city gates, densely populated, with continuous mansions, and extremely prosperous. It was known as the city of 100 gates. The Arabs once praised this place as a palace-like city. Successive pharaohs built a large number of temples, palaces, and tombs in Thebes. They are large in scale, exquisite in craftsmanship, and magnificent. The right city of Thebes, also called the East City, was the religious and political center of ancient Egypt at that time. The left city of Thebes, also called the West City, was the resting place of the pharaohs after their death. Even though thousands of years have passed, most of the once magnificent palaces and temples in Thebes have been forgotten, but from the remaining temple ruins, the mausoleums of the emperors and empresses, and the tombs of the nobles, one can still imagine the style of Thebes in its heyday. When Fang Sui was lost in his thoughts about the miracle city of Thebes, the entire convoy roared forward and was approaching the towering main gate of the East City of Thebes. Soldiers and ministers in the city, who had received the news in advance, personally went out to greet Munisa and wait for his return. At this time, Fang Sui had a more intuitive understanding of the power of Munisa, the chief minister of Egypt. The ceremonial guards in the city alone gathered no less than 100 nobles and ministers, and the soldiers on both sides of the team were close to 1,000 people. Strangely, the 2 priests, whose status was obviously not lower than Munisa's, kept a low profile at this time. They were separated from the caravan long before approaching the city gate, and only brought 2 cars of entourage including Fang Sui, and quietly entered the city of Thebes from a side door. Before entering the city, Fang Sui suddenly felt that someone was watching him from a distance. He turned his head and saw that it was a young man with a handsome figure standing closely with Candace and the team that was dozens of feet outside the city to welcome Munisa. They were talking about something, but their eyes were looking at Fang Sui with unkindness. Fang Sui was quite puzzled. He withdrew his gaze from the young man and turned his attention to the scenery on both sides of the street after entering Thebes. The road after they entered the city was obviously checked and cleared in advance. It was silent along the way, and there was no Egyptian resident. Fang Sui's eyes were overwhelmed. He was shocked by the magnificent palace buildings and sculptures of gods and demons that rushed into his eyes as he galloped along the way. After nearly half an hour, the carriage pulled by 4 horses finally turned onto a wide stone road that was so flat that 16 horses could run side by side. At the end of the road stood a row of imposing palace buildings. The main hall of the complex was square in shape and towering like a mountain. In the square in front of the gate stood a row of wide stone pillars, which were engraved with complex symbols and characters, mysterious and gorgeous. When the carriage stopped in front of the main gate of the palace, priests in white robes had already lined up in the hall, posing a welcoming gesture. In the welcoming team, a middle-aged priest with a smooth face, naked upper body and only a white linen cloth around his waist walked forward slowly and said solemnly and respectfully to the 2 priests who came back with Fang Sui, "The upper and lower priests have worked hard on this inspection. Do you want to take a rest first or go to see the high priest immediately?" Fang Sui only then knew that the 2 priests who came back with him, the tall and thin one was called the upper priest, and the other one with a cold face and a serious expression was called the lower priest. He couldn't help but think, this ancient Egyptian name is also strange. It does not distinguish between left and right, but calls them upper and lower. The upper and lower priests did not reply and walked straight into the hall. The upper priest ordered his left and right, "Take Fang Sui to rest. We will make a decision on other matters after reporting to the high priest." After speaking, his figure disappeared into the majestic and solemn main hall. Others led Fang Sui into the most famous sacred place in Egypt, the sacrificial hall. After tea time, Fang Sui washed up and his tired look was gone. He sat down in a lounge assigned to him with a bright look. He was thinking whether he should try to circulate the power in his body to investigate whether the black air from the underworld that had entered his body at the last moment in the Hall of the Dead really existed. At this moment, the sound of someone approaching came from outside the door. In Fang Sui's mind, the image of a thin young servant was clearly reflected. The next moment, the servant walked in from outside and said, "The high priest wants to see you." Fang Sui smiled happily at his increasing extraordinary perception, followed the servant and walked out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 The High Priest. The attendant who led the way walked silently in front, and Fang Sui followed behind. Everything he saw along the way filled him with novelty and interest. The 2 walked one after the other, turning through 7 corridors in succession, crossing 4 side halls, and finally arrived in front of a huge palace. It was summer in Egypt. There were no doors or windows in the palace. The 4 walls were hung with soft white curtains that were as thin and soft as gauze, dancing in the wind, full of an ethereal and quiet atmosphere. Fang Sui had extraordinary hearing and could hear the conversation coming from the palace from afar. There were not only the voices of the upper and lower priests, but also another voice, which was slightly old, and the slow speed of speech revealed extraordinary wisdom and firmness. Just by hearing the voice, one could imagine that the speaker should be knowledgeable, extremely confident, and a man of many plans and decisions. Fang Sui was amazed. It was the first time he encountered a voice that could convey the characteristics of a person's personality so clearly without meeting him, just by hearing the voice. This shows that the person who was talking to the upper and lower priests in the palace was extraordinary. Just as the attendant who led Fang Sui walked silently outside the hall and stopped, a special voice came from the hall, saying lightly, "Come in directly." Fang Sui was shocked. You must know that with his sharp ears and eyes, he could only vaguely hear the voices coming from the hall as he approached, and the specific content was completely unclear. However, the people in the hall could accurately identify the footsteps of the attendant who was approaching the hall and spoke at the moment he stopped. This alone shows how sharp the ears and eyes of the people in the hall are. Fang Sui was very alert, knowing that he needed to pay full attention to the conversation in the hall. If he missed it, he might face unpredictable consequences. The attendant who came with Fang Sui respectfully withdrew, leaving Fang Sui alone, and walked calmly into the majestic hall. It was close to noon, but the light in the hall was a little dark. There were several double-armed columns scattered everywhere, full of a pressing sense of oppression. In a corner of the hall, there was a square and quaint wooden table. Several people stood beside the table. They were of different ages, but they were all very impressive and extraordinary. Only 3 people were qualified to sit at the table and talk. 2 of the 3 people sitting were naturally the upper and lower priests that Fang Sui knew. The other one was thin, dignified, calm, and looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He inherited the habit of most ancient Egyptian men to shave their heads. His face was very smooth, without hair or beard. He wore a well-cut white linen robe and held a golden short staff. His nose was high and slightly curved, which appropriately highlighted his gloomy personality. His high and broad forehead, protruding brow ridges, and shrewd, wise and stable eyes made people know at a glance that he had decisive and strong rules for dealing with things and would never be easily shaken by others. Even if there were no people around to set off the momentum of such an extraordinary person, Fang Sui knew that he must be the high priest of the sacrificial courtyard, the person closest to gods and demons in the world according to legend. When Fang Sui was paying attention to the high priest, he was also being watched by the high priest and other people in the hall. When the high priest's eyes turned to him, Fang Sui began to clearly feel how compelling his eyes were. Not only did his eyes seem to have substance, but he also possessed the power to explore the deepest secrets of a person's soul. Under the gaze of the high priest, it was natural that people would not dare to tell even a lie. This was a person with strong spiritual power. Just when Fang Sui came to a few feet away from the stone table and stopped, the high priest sitting high in the main seat in the silent hall said slowly in his unique voice, "You are quite courageous. Few people can remain calm and fearless under my gaze without losing their normal state." Without waiting for Fang Sui to respond, the high priest said again, "The 2 priests told me that you were also with them when they entered the forbidden demon dead hall this time. Tell me, did you find anything unusual during the process?" Fang Sui had been prepared for the possibility of being questioned before he came, but he did not expect the high priest to be so direct, and asked about the scene of the underworld scene in the dead hall. Fang Sui's face remained calm as usual, and he said without hesitation, "Before entering the temple of the dead, I had never thought that there would be such a strange thing as exploring the underworld. Therefore, when I first saw it, I was surprised and shocked. Apart from that, my mind was blank, and I had no other thoughts." The high priest hummed lightly, and asked again without knowing whether it was okay or not, "You are an outsider, so where are you from?" The high priest's way of talking was very special, as if he was running wild. There was no connection between the 2 questions. If you wanted to follow his first question and prepare in advance for the next question he might ask, you would be caught off guard at this moment. This shows his unique way of talking. Fang Sui did not dare to take it lightly. Fortunately, he had thought about this question long ago and quickly replied, "I'm from an ancient tribe far away in the east of the earth. One day, I went deep into a high mountain and found a stone carving array with strange light flowing in a secret mountain stream. I walked into it out of curiosity. I don't know why a flash of light appeared, and I felt as if my whole body was burned by flames. I fainted in unbearable pain and woke up in Egypt." Fang Sui's words were half true and half false. The most important thing was that this era itself was already full of superstition, and everyone believed that gods and demons really existed. Therefore, Fang Sui's words, which had many difficult to understand, just catered to the hearts of people in this era. Sure enough, after Fang Sui finished speaking, the faces of the people around him were slightly relaxed, and they obviously agreed with the possibility of what Fang Sui said. Only the high priest had no expression on his face, but his eyes became sharper, staring at Fang Sui with a piercing gaze. The next moment, an extremely shocking scene appeared. The high priest was still sitting upright, but a layer of light black gas suddenly emerged around his body, and a thunderous sound like the roar of a dragon or a tiger was set off, which made Fang Sui's ears deaf and his mind unstable. In an instant, Fang Sui had signs of conscious dizziness, as if he was about to get lost in the endless darkness and lose himself. He was shocked. Who would have thought that the high priest would have such a strange power to forcibly interfere with the consciousness of others? It was extremely terrifying. Everything around him quickly became blurred in front of Fang Sui's eyes. No matter how he struggled, he still felt like a mosquito trapped in a spider web and couldn't get out. At the dangerous moment, when Fang Sui's consciousness was about to be completely lost, the mysterious power in his body, as if sensing the approaching crisis, came from nowhere and flowed naturally. In the short time before his eyes could blink, a blazing divine light burst out from his body, like the rising sun. He finally succeeded in getting rid of the high priest's mental control, and Fang Sui's mind immediately became clear. Everyone in the hall cried out in disbelief. No one thought that Fang Sui could break free from the high priest's mental control. Everyone in the hall had an unconcealable look of surprise on their faces, including the two priests. It should be noted that the high priest was a nearly mythical figure in Egypt. He looked only 50 years old, but in fact he was already 80 years old, and his power was unfathomable. In the hearts of the Egyptians, he was a living god, the incarnation of the gods in the world, omnipotent and powerful. It was precisely because of the above reasons that when the onlookers saw that Fang Sui, who was not good at cultivation, could break free from the high priest's mental suppression, the surprise in their hearts was simply indescribable, like a raging storm. Only the high priest remained as calm as a mountain, but in the depths of his dark eyes, there was also a flash of strange color, but it was well concealed, so that no one could notice the shock in his heart. The next moment, the high priest's face, which had not smiled for many years, raised a gentle smile, and said, "There is indeed the purest power bestowed by the sun god in your body. A moment ago, with the help of the power of the gods, I saw through the vanity of the river of time, and learned that in one of your previous lives, you were a wise man with profound spiritual practice in Egypt. That's why you have crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, to come here in this life and return to the embrace of the sun god." His face turned into a kind look, and he said, "Child, welcome back. From today on, you will become one of the more than 100 true priests in my sacrificial courtyard. You are granted the right to read the Book of the Dead. If you have any difficulties in your practice, you can directly ask me, the holy priest, or the two chief priests above and below. I hope you will succeed tomorrow, and be favored by the true God." He looked at a handsome and agile young man behind him and said, "Sanning, take my handwritten order, and take Fang Sui to the Sutra Pavilion immediately, to start his first reading of the Book of the Dead." For some reason, Fang Sui always felt that the high priest with a peaceful expression was not sincere in what he said, but had other intentions, some unknown intentions, that made people tremble with fear. He did not show any doubts on his face, but instead showed a gesture of gratitude, thanked the high priest and the two priests one after another, and then respectfully left the hall under the gazes of the people around him with different expressions. After receiving the instructions from the high priest, a young man called Sanin accompanied him all the way, and took him directly to see the Book of the Dead. It was the Egyptian sacrificial courtyard, a mysterious practice method inherited from ancient times. It was called a book, but in fact the Book of the Dead was composed of a total of 4 ancient stone tablets, all of which were inlaid on a huge wall behind the main sacrificial hall. Each of the tablets, which was about 10 feet high, was engraved with ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs and symbols. The most amazing thing was that some of the words on the tablets were emitting a faint strange light, which had a kind of dazzling magic. Chapter 16, The Dead Book. The sun at noon was extremely scorching, but the occasional breeze refreshed people's spirits, as if drinking sweet spring water. Under the wall where the inscriptions of the Book of the Dead were arranged, there was a flat stone ground that was 100 feet wide. There were several Egyptian priests in white robes sitting on the ground, observing the inscriptions without saying a word, and their expressions were focused. Sanning, who led Fang Sui here, had sharp edges and corners on his handsome face and bright eyes. he said with full energy. It is said that these 4 inscriptions on the Book of the Dead were copied from the original Book of the Dead in the deepest part of the underworld by His Majesty Mens, the first pharaoh of Egypt. The content is profound and describes the method of communicating with the fundamental power of the underworld. Legend has it that if one can cultivate to the extreme, he will be able to communicate with the giant god Anubis and use his power to fight and be invincible. Fang Sui withdrew his gaze from afar and said in surprise, "So this is not the original Book of the Dead?" Sanning sneered, "The original Book of the Dead is a thing of gods and demons. How could it appear in the mortal world? The 4 ancient rubbings in front of you are not the complete text of the Book of the Dead. They just intercept a small part of the content in the book that can be cultivated by humans." He added, "The inscriptions on the Book of the Dead have always been allowed to be read by those who have made great contributions to our sacrificial temple or His Majesty the Pharaoh. You are able to practice on your first visit, which is a special favor from the High Priest. Okay, you can walk closer to the inscriptions for a day." After saying this, he walked away, saying, "Everyone sees different contents and true meanings when reading the Book of the Dead for the first time. How much you can understand depends on your luck. You can practice with peace of mind. The surroundings are heavily guarded and no one will disturb you. I will pick you up tomorrow." When Sanning left, Fang Sui approached the inscriptions on the Book of the Dead and read from the first one. Just as he was watching closely, an unexpected scene appeared. On the surface of the first inscription, countless words were slowly disappearing until there was no word left. Fang Sui was stunned. What was going on? How to read and study without words? He turned to the second inscription and found that the words on it also began to disappear. In the end, only a black mist was left, with no words at all, just like the first inscription. Fang Sui looked at the third and fourth inscriptions. The words on the 2 inscriptions also disappeared from the surface of the inscriptions one after another. Fang Sui stared blankly. This was terrible. There was no word on the 4 inscriptions. This time, he went into a mountain of treasures, but came back empty-handed. The feeling of getting nothing was really uncomfortable. Strangely, the other people in the square who were watching the inscriptions were still staring at the inscriptions intently, and there was nothing unusual. Could it be that there were still words on the inscriptions they were watching? Fang Sui's heart moved slightly, and then he understood what Sannon meant by what he said, that everyone saw and gained different things when they read the inscriptions. Obviously, the inscriptions of the Book of the Dead have been passed down from generation to generation by the Egyptians. Thousands of years of pious thoughts have been condensed in it, and coupled with the existence of its own strange power, it has bred a certain degree of spirituality. At this time, the writing on the stele disappeared, but it was only for Fang Sui. The others could not see it. He did not give up. He walked back and forth under the huge wall where the 4 ancient monuments were embedded, but there was no new change. There was only black mist on the surface of the stele, like clouds. He finally stopped under the stele, staring at the stele surface with black air, sighing helplessly. Just when Fang Sui was at a loss and didn't know how to start, he suddenly felt a cold current flowing through his mind. With his breath, 2 slender black air currents emanated from his nostrils, silently diffusing into the inscription of the Book of the Dead on the wall. This air current was the black air of the underworld that quietly hid in his body when he saw the underworld world in the pyramid a few days ago, but he didn't expect it to appear at this time and enter the inscription of the Book of the Dead. Since Fang Sui was facing the stele directly, from the angle, other practitioners in the square could not detect the black air he exhaled. Everyone was focused on the practice of the stele, without distraction. At the moment, when the black air entered the stele, the 4 ancient stele that Fang Sui was watching finally changed again. The black mist on the surface of the ancient stele slowly dispersed and began to re-manifest the handwriting. The new handwriting was also wonderful. One by one, they broke free from the constraints of the stele. Countless words intertwined in the air, forming a floating black mist-like information group containing the true meaning of practice. After overflowing from the stele, it floated towards Fang Sui. It was as if there was some kind of spiritual response in the dark. At the moment when the information on the stele approached, Fang Sui sat cross-legged on the ground without a teacher, collected his mind, and entered a state of no thoughts. Wonderful things happened gradually. When Fang Sui sat on the ground, the information from the stele immediately turned into a trickle of water and flowed into his brow. At the same moment, a voice like a god or a demon sounded coldly in Fang Sui's mind. The voice read and conveyed the true meaning of the inscription on the Book of the Dead after the black air overflowed from Fang Sui's body was fused. This is a kind of manifestation that ordinary people can never trigger. It is the fundamental sound that pharaoh men obtained from the deepest part of the underworld a long time ago. At the beginning of all things, reincarnation is contained. It controls life and death and derives chaos. This true sound of gods and demons kept booming in Fang Sui's mind, echoing over and over again, like a huge bell, with endless meaning. After flowing out of the inscription on the Book of the Dead, the black air itself entered Fang Sui's body and turned into a stream, flowing rapidly in his limbs and meridians, passing through countless acupoints, like a baptism. Finally, this black air rushed into his lower abdomen. From this moment on, Fang Sui's Danshan turned into a boundless dark place, as if a black chaotic miniature universe was born in his Danshan. The strange thing is that from the outside, one can't find the amazing changes happening in Fang Sui's body. He just sits there quietly, without knowing or thinking, without saying a word, not knowing the passage of time. The sun sets, and the night falls. When the dawn rises again, and the day comes again, Fang Sui, who is trapped in a strange state, gradually recovers from this practice with divine sounds. He slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes did not show any obvious changes, but were slightly deeper, faintly emitting a terrifying black light. Fang Sui stood up, wondering in his heart, in the legendary practice, shouldn't the spiritual energy of heaven and earth obtained by inhaling and exhaling be chaotic and colorless? Why, after he comprehended the Book of the Dead, what gathered in his Danshan was a black aura, which looked terrifying. At this time, Sanin came from a distance, and after approaching, he said strangely, for those who have spirituality, when they comprehend the Book of the Dead for the first time, most of them will present different visions during the process. The most amazing one is that the projection of the giant god Anubis appears behind them. I came here once last night. Your practice process is strange. It was always calm and there was nothing unusual. You just sat quietly under the inscription all night. Did you gain nothing? Fang Sui secretly felt amused. The divine sound in his head was booming all night, but no one could hear it. He said, maybe I'm dull. I need to slowly comprehend the true meaning of the inscription before I can gain something. Sanin's eyes flashed with a strange light. He didn't know whether he believed it or not, but he didn't continue to ask questions. It was quite unfathomable. The two turned and left. The next few days were peaceful and nothing happened. Fang Sui did not leave his house and practiced the true meaning of the inscription on the Book of the Dead. The dark aura in his lower abdomen was growing stronger and stronger, and it seemed that some changes were brewing. In the evening of that day, someone suddenly came to visit Fang Sui, interrupting his practice. It was an Egyptian soldier named Nasser who had come back from the pyramids with him. Fang Sui then remembered that on the way back, he had an appointment with Nasser and several others to go to Thebes to have fun. So he changed into a clean white priest robe and went out as scheduled, ready to tour this miracle city. Chapter 17 Chief Warrior. The sky gradually darkened, announcing the arrival of night. Walking out of the towering and awe-inspiring main gate of the sacrificial courtyard, 6 majestic Egyptian soldiers, led by Nasser, stood proudly, waiting in the square in front of the gate. The 6 men were all wearing short copper battle skirts that looked like mail, and their upper bodies were replaced by dark brown wide leather belts that crossed over their shoulders instead of clothes, revealing a large area of bronze skin. Everyone had bulging muscles and carried a short spear or a long sword on their backs. Their dress was exactly the standard style of Egypt's elite troops. The appearance of several people also showed the characteristics of ancient Egypt. Several of them were bald and had black shadows painted on their eyebrows and eyes, making their eyes particularly deep and intimidating. Most of the 6 people returned to Thebes with Fang Sui on the same road, and they knew each other. Only 2 of them were invited by Nasser and had never met before. They were also soldiers under the command of the Egyptian Holy City Guard. Everyone was of similar age, and they quickly became familiar with each other after introducing themselves. The group left the sacrificial temple and headed towards the prosperous area of Thebes. The number of pedestrians on the road did not decrease at all as night fell. Thebes, a prosperous and majestic city of the time, showed its beautiful side under the night sky, which was indeed magnificent. As they walked, NASA said to Fang Sui, "I heard that you were received by the high priest as soon as you arrived at the sacrificial temple. Did you get any reward?" Fang Sui laughed and said, "It's not that easy to get a reward. I just have an independent residence, and the high priest allowed me to read the Book of the Dead, and I got the status of a true disciple priest. I heard that there are more than 100 true disciples priests in the sacrificial temple. I don't think it's a great status." Before he finished speaking, he heard NASA and others shouting in unison. One of them was a young man named Zo, who said excitedly, "Did you really become a true disciple priest as soon as you entered the sacrificial temple?" From the reactions of the crowd, Fang Sui knew that the identity of this true disciple might not be simple. He looked at the few people with an inquiring look on his face. NASA was the leader of these people. He was a sergeant major of the Acropolis army. He took the lead in responding. "So you don't know what the identity of a true disciple priest means? Hey, let me put it this way. The sacrifice house has disciples in all the major cities in Egypt. Together, there are more than 10,000 of them, and everyone is practicing. You can imagine how powerful they are. And only those in the holy city, who are chosen by the high priest to have the potential to communicate with the gods, are called true disciples, which means disciples of the true God. Don't you think it's honorable?" Fang Sui hummed and said, "It turns out that it's just an empty title that represents the potential for practice." NASA and others looked at each other and said in a warm atmosphere, "You must know that the people of the sacrifice house have a transcendent status and are respected by everyone. As a true disciple, if you go out, even the head of a city will not dare to neglect you." Fang Sui then asked, "Do you know which famous people are in our sacrifice house?" Zo hurriedly said, "The most famous person in your sacrificial temple is, of course, the great high priest, who is as great as a god or devil. After that, there are the 4 main priests, God, Saint, Upper and Lower. Each of them controls a force and has many disciples. I heard that, in order to compete for the position of the next high priest, they have also divided into several camps and the relationship is complicated." NASA shouted softly, "Zo, you should be careful with your words. If these words get into the ears of the 4 main priests, it may be a disaster." Zo whispered, "Fang Sui doesn't look like the person who would make such remarks behind your back. The others are all his brothers. How could others know about it?" Seeing that several people turned their eyes to him, Fang Sui knew the opportunity and said, "Don't worry, everyone. I have a bad memory, and I forget what I hear. I have forgotten what Zo said before, and I will never tell anyone. Let's continue to talk about the important figures in the sacrificial temple." What Fang Sui said was interesting. Several people laughed at the same time and the atmosphere returned to harmony. This time it was NASA who said, "Under the 4 main priests, there are a total of 37 divine messengers, who are directly under the command of the high priest. These 37 divine messengers are mysterious and rarely show up in front of people. It is said that each of them is extremely powerful and very terrifying." NASA paused hesitantly, then lowered his voice and said, "Some people say that some of these 37 divine messengers are demons summoned from the underworld. They are not human beings, but are cruel and inhumane, and enjoy killing." Fang Sui's mind flashed through Sanen's unfathomable face. He was almost certain that Sanen, who looked gentle and handsome, must be one of the mysterious 37 divine messengers. Then the few people changed the topic and started talking about some ordinary topics. Zo glanced at Fang Sui, who was watching along the way with great interest, and said, "You look like a native from a remote place. You haven't seen much." Fang Sui smiled bitterly and said nothing. Zo continued with great interest, "We have discussed, and will take you to a place tonight. I guarantee you will broaden your horizons." After that, she laughed and said, "Look, the palace complex in front is where we are going tonight." Fang Sui looked up and saw that across the busy stone street in front, against the bank of the Nile River, there was indeed a palace with brilliant lights. It covered a large area and was endless at a glance, like a royal residence. There were busy carriages and horses in front of the main gate, all of which were Egyptian nobles dressed in gorgeous clothes entering and leaving. He asked curiously, "What is that place?" NASA and others laughed together. That is the place that men in the holy city want to go the most. Do you understand? Fang Sui was stunned for a while before he realized that it was a brothel that existed in any era and any place. As if knowing what Fang Sui was thinking, NASA curled his lips and said, "Don't think that it is a place where you can sleep with women for a few debons." Ancient Egyptian monetary unit of measurement. The money and property inside are expensive, and even I, a well-paid sergeant of the city guard, can't afford it. And it's not that you can spend the night there if you can afford it. You also need the women there to like you before you can stay. Fang Sui felt amused after hearing this. The first place he visited in Thebes was actually a brothel that existed in such ancient times. Fang Sui curled his lips and followed the few people who were whistling through the street like wolves and tigers and came to the gate of the brothel with a calm look. This Theban brothel has an easy to remember name. On the main gate, it is written in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, Tapling Dance Palace, which means Holy City Dancer Tower in Chinese. It is simple, straightforward and thought-provoking. In front of the double-column main entrance of the Tapu Dancer building, more than a dozen sturdy men stood in line, each with a face full of flesh, which was enough to scare away anyone who had bad intentions. After passing the imposing main entrance of the dancer building, which was more than a meter high, Fang Sui's eyes lit up slightly. The interior of the dancer building was fresh and elegant, with a deep courtyard, and there was no cliché of ordinary smoky places. In the vast desert environment of Egypt, various rare green plants were widely spread in the courtyard, making people feel refreshed and cool. Fang Sui and Nase walked side by side, following the other people who couldn't wait to walk in front, and then crossed a small square before they were able to officially enter the main building lobby of the dancer building. The lights were bright, people were coming one after another, and it was extremely lively. Fang Sui and Nase stopped by the door and looked inside. Facing the direction of the gate, there was a wooden platform with carved columns and painted buildings. The water of the Nile River was introduced under the platform, forming a trickling pattern, full of fresh and moist breath. A group of Egyptian girls stood on the stage, singing and dancing. Their dancing was melodious and their singing was beautiful. The most tempting thing was that each girl had a veil covering her face, and her charming face was looming, which made people's hearts beat. The hall was filled with wonderful music that Fang Sui had never heard of, and it was filled with Egyptian men who were intoxicated and reluctant to leave. Nase on the side said proudly, "How do you feel?" Fang Sui was about to praise him, but suddenly he heard a voice behind him, full of arrogance. Where did this fool come from, standing in front of the door blocking the way? Nase was furious when he heard this. You must know that he was a member of the Holy City Guard, second only to the Pharaoh's inner court guard. He had always been rampant in Egypt. Even ministers who were much higher than them did not want to provoke them, so as to avoid endless troubles. At this time, being directly insulted, and in front of Fang Sui's new friend, made Nase feel very embarrassed, and his anger was imaginable. Nase turned his head with a sinister look on his face, and a curse was about to come out of his mouth. But when he saw the people standing behind him, he swallowed it back. The anger on his face had not subsided, but he forced himself to restrain it, and pulled Fang Sui to the side. Nase whispered, "The leader of these people is Panless, the son of Lord Munisa. He has always been arrogant. Let's not mess with him." The man next to him is the chief guard under Lord Munisa. He is very famous in the holy city. His name is Zuken. He is very powerful. Few people can survive 3 or 5 moves from him. I heard that he is actively pursuing Miss Candice. Once he succeeds, his status will be greatly different. While Nase was whispering in his ear, Fang Sui was also looking at the other party. When he saw Zuke mentioned by Nase, a thought flashed through his mind. It turned out to be him. Approaching from behind and scolding Fang Sui and the others for giving way was a small team of more than 10 people. The leading young man, that is, Panrus, the son of Munisa, as Nasa said, was handsome, wearing a luxurious white robe, but his eyes were dull. He looked like he was overindulging in alcohol and sex, and he was arrogant, which made him look unpleasant. Next to Panrus, there stood a young man. He was straight, with a stern face, a pair of eyes that sparkled like stars, and a high-spirited demeanor. He wore a tight white shirt, which appropriately showed his physique, not only full of strength, but also showed his extraordinary masculine charm. He held a sheathed broadsword in one hand, his figure was as steady as a mountain, and he had the demeanor of a powerful man with a fighting power that looked down on everyone. This young man was Xiuke, who had almost no rivals in the holy city, and he was also the one who stood with Candace in the crowd, who went out of the city to welcome Munisa when Fang Sui entered Thebes a few days ago, and had cast an unfriendly look at Fang Sui from a distance. Fang Sui was puzzled, thinking that there was no grudge between him and Xiuke. He showed hostility to me for no reason. It was just that after meeting Candace, he heard Candace was quite curious about me, an outsider, which aroused his vigilance and made him regard me as a potential rival. It was beyond Fang Sui's expectation that there were such jealous people in the world. Just because Candace showed a little interest in other opposite sex, he was hostile to Fang Sui. In this case, Xiuke was either mentally abnormal or he had other purposes. While Fang Sui was thinking, the young man named Xiuke glanced over sharply. When he saw Fang Sui standing beside him, his eyes immediately lit up, and a trace of undisguised coldness and sneer flashed across his eyes. Chapter 18. First Test of Dark Power. When Zook whispered a few words to Panlus, the son of Munisa, Panlus stopped his steps that were about to enter the dancer's building and turned to look at Fang Sui, examining him from head to toe, saying, "You are indeed a yellow-skinned outsider. I heard that you are a slave. Come over here and let me see you." A hint of a successful smile flashed across Zook's face. He was obviously planning to use Panlus to humiliate Fang Sui. If Fang Sui resisted, it would be more in line with Zook's wishes, and he would take the opportunity to kill Fang Sui. Nase was quite loyal. After Panlus spoke, he did not abandon Fang Sui, a friend he had just met. Although he showed a hint of hesitation on his face, he still stepped forward and explained to Fang Sui, "Master Lewis, you don't know that, although Fang Sui is an outsider, he is favored by the High Priest and has been granted the status of a true disciple priest. He is no longer a slave." Panlus was slightly surprised when he heard this and looked at Fang Sui again. His father Munisa had actually reminded him not to provoke anyone from the sacrifice house, especially priests with the status of true disciple or above. But the mistake was that everyone was watching, and Nase did not deliberately lower his voice when he spoke, so everyone who was watching could hear it. Panlus thought that if he changed his mind as soon as Fang Sui reported the identity of a true disciple of the sacrifice house, it would weaken his prestige. But Panlus did not dare to disobey Munisa's words, so he froze there for a while, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hearing Nasa say that Fang Sui became one of the true disciples of the sacrifice house, Xiuke beside Panluosi was also surprised, but the cold light in his eyes turned slightly, and he said in a low voice, "True disciple of the sacrifice house? Who has ever heard of someone being canonized as a true disciple just a few days after arriving in the holy city? What's more, he is an outsider, which is ridiculous." Panluosi was shocked and echoed, as if he had found an excuse. "Yes, who knows whether you are real or fake? Come on, arrest this foreign slave for me. I want to investigate in detail." The 3 or 5 young men dressed in luxurious clothes and their followers beside Panluosi all showed a grim smile on their faces when they heard the words and looked at Fang Sui with eyes like looking at lambs to be slaughtered, mocking them to the extreme. This group of people are used to being rampant, relying on the power of their family. They are never afraid of anything, and they don't know the importance of things. Seeing Panluosi taking the lead, no one showed weakness, and someone immediately approached Fang Sui, really ready to take him down on the spot. Fang Sui thought to himself that this was really an unprovoked disaster. He turned to Nase, who was hesitant and unsure, and said, "Don't worry about what will happen later, Nase, just watch." Fang Sui said calmly and calmly. Facing the several people who were notorious in the holy city and were approaching him, he did not show any fear at all. Nase was also secretly impressed by this. He gritted his teeth and was about to speak. At this time, a ferocious follower of Penrith, who was walking in the front, had already reached out to grab Fang Sui. At the moment when this follower took action, Fang Sui's eyes flashed coldly, and he moved suddenly, rushing towards the opponent like a cheetah. He rushed forward with a slightly upward posture, mobilizing all his strength to burst out violently. He was really unstoppable. His forearm blocked the opponent's grabbing arm, and the speed of his body's leap did not slow down at all. Crack. Fang Sui's shoulder, which he rushed forward, hit the opponent's jaw from bottom to top. A crisp sound of bone fracture was heard instantly. The jaw, such a fragile part, was hit hard by the shoulder that could bear the weight. The consequences can be imagined. The servant, who was originally full of ferocious face, was hit in the jaw by Fang Sui's shoulder. His face was distorted, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Before he really fell to the ground, he fainted from the pain. Fang Sui's body fell to the ground, and the momentum of the forward collision did not stop. His forearm was whipped out like a whip hammer, and he hit the approaching young man who looked like an aristocrat head on. The young man was actually quite skilled and reacted quickly. He dodged Fang Sui's attack by turning sideways, but Shizi couldn't help but panic and shouted in a stern voice, "How dare you, lowly slave!" Bang! Before he finished speaking, he was kicked in the lower abdomen by Fang Sui's silent kick from below. His face turned pale immediately, and he bent down in pain, half kneeling on the ground, and it was difficult for him to speak. Fang Sui smiled and said, "You lowly slaves don't dare, but I do." If it was according to his original intention, Fang Sui was going to kick the other party's genitals, but considering that he had not yet established a firm foothold in this era, if he did not hold back and directly turned the other party into an Egyptian eunuch, there would be no turning back. So he temporarily reduced his strength by 3 points, and kicked the other party's lower abdomen instead. Even so, the noble young man was still in so much pain that he almost fainted. He felt as if his internal organs were completely shattered by this kick. The fear in his heart was beyond description. The next moment, Fang Sui stepped forward and punched the last person who was approaching him in the chest. He sent out this punch, trying to mobilize the power of the newly cultivated Book of the Dead. In an instant, the black air in his dantian flowed, and his fist seemed to be swallowed, and spit out a layer of light black mist, which was surging and extremely frightening. Bang! The one who exchanged punches with Fang Sui was still a young man who looked like a follower. He was quite skilled, and when he exchanged punches with Fang Sui, he was not obviously at a disadvantage in terms of strength. But after the punch, the follower's face immediately showed a look of fear, sensing that his fist had lost consciousness. He retracted his fist and looked at it, and was immediately terrified and screamed in horror because there was a layer of black hair attached to his fist that collided with Fang Sui. Under the invasion of the black air, the fist withered quickly and turned into a skinny mummy. This hand looked like the hand of a corpse that had been dead for a long time. Such a terrifying scene made many onlookers around exclaim. All of this is quite cumbersome to describe, but in fact, Fang Sui's moves were as fast as a rabbit. In a very short time, he knocked down the 3 people who approached him one after another, showing a thunderbolt-like terrifying attack method. Fang Sui's series of actions were not fancy, but they fully demonstrated his ruthlessness and efficiency, as well as his accurate grasp of the opportunity and decisiveness in attacking. However, just when Fang Sui knocked down 3 opponents in succession and everyone exclaimed, something strange happened. Suddenly, a sword light broke through the air and slashed towards Fang Sui at lightning speed. It was Xiuke, a powerful swordsman in the holy city, who finally made a move. At the same moment, a deep shout of stop came from outside the gate of the dancer building, but it was half a beat late. The sword light in Xiuke's hand was like a flying lightning that split the sky and attacked Fang Sui's head with murderous intent. This was a critical moment of life and death. Fang Sui's attention was highly concentrated, without any thoughts, and a faint golden light was faintly flowing in the depths of his eyes, helping him to see the trajectory of this gorgeous and dazzling sword. Snap! Incredibly, at the last moment, Fang Sui slapped the side of the sword with his palm, which was like a thunderbolt that could kill him, and made it lose its accuracy. At the same time, he dodged sideways and successfully avoided the disaster by a hair's breadth. It was really dangerous. Clang! Perhaps he heard who the voice outside the door was, so after failing to strike with the sword, Xiuke did not strike again. However, his murderous intent did not diminish. He stared at Fang Sui with a sharp eagle-like gaze and sneered, "I only used 50% of my strength in this sword. I wonder if you can still dodge it when I use my full strength?" Before Fang Sui could respond, a very handsome young man walked in from the outside of the dancer building. He was the one who had stopped the hand before. After the young man approached, he looked at Pan Luosi and said, "You are bullying the weak again. I will tell my father and he will punish you severely." Pan Luosi stared at Fang Sui with a stern face and blurted out, "Don't meddle in my business. This damn yellow slave dared to attack in front of me. He must be taught a lesson." The handsome young man was not afraid of Pan Luosi's power at all. He smiled and said, "Oh, who said he is a slave? Didn't you see the black energy he activated before? That is the real deal. The dark power exclusive to the people of the Sacrifice Institute. How could a slave master it?" Pan Luosi's expression changed slightly, and his stern look lessened. It was obvious that, after confirming Fang Sui's identity as a true disciple of the Sacrifice Institute, he had some concerns in his heart, but he still argued, "When I wanted to arrest him before, he didn't show the dark power of death. How did I know he was really a member of the Sacrifice Institute? Since his identity is real, let's put today's matter aside for now." Humph. Fang Sui finally got rid of the pressure from Xiuke and turned to look at the handsome young man who came in. He suddenly realized, it turns out, that it is Candace disguised as a man. This Penrith should be her brother. Chapter 19 adding a bonus. Tez, did you follow us secretly all the way to the dancers building? Penrith looked at Candace unhappily and asked. Candace raised her beautiful eyebrows and said disdainfully, "Who has time to follow you? I just saw you come to the dancers building often, and I was curious, so I wanted to come here to play." As she spoke, her eyes moved around, looking around, with an expression that seemed to be angry but not angry. Many men present felt ashamed of themselves under her beautiful eyes, and subconsciously turned their eyes away, not daring to look at her. Xiuke, who was pursuing Candace passionately, explained, "Tez, don't misunderstand me. I didn't come to the dancers building to covet women. I just didn't worry about my brother's safety, so I came here to protect him. You should know that after seeing you, how could I be attracted to other women?" Xiuke's words were sincere, and there was even a hidden meaning, that Candace was the most beautiful woman in the world. Combined with his handsome face and masculine voice, he really had the capital to impress any woman. After Candace heard this, a hint of joy flashed across her lively eyes, and she smiled and said, "Forget it." Fang Sui, who was watching silently, sighed in his heart. This Xiuke really has a way with women. From Candace's expression, although she has not fallen deeply in love with Xiuke, she has a good impression of him. Fang Sui shook his head and felt sorry. This is not to say that he has a good intention for Candace, but he thinks that, although Xiuke is handsome and has amazing swordsmanship, he has a bad heart. If a woman falls in love with him, it must be a bad match. Xiuke is a treacherous person, but he is very good at hiding it. He restrains his shameful side in front of Candace very well. Just like he suddenly attacked Fang Sui just now, but he stopped immediately when he heard Candace's cry. On the surface, Xiuke's attack on Fang Sui seemed to be done in a hurry to rescue his companions, and no one could say a word to blame him. In fact, if Candace had not arrived, Fang Sui could conclude that Zuka would not give up easily and would launch a continuous killing spree until he defeated and injured Fang Sui before stopping. At this time, Candace's black hair was flying, and she turned to look at Fang Sui and praised happily, "You are really amazing. It's only been a few days since we last met, and you have cultivated the death power. This speed of cultivation is rare." She looked at the follower who was knocked to the ground by Fang Sui's power and had fainted. After a look, she was surprised. Your power is very special. It can corrode people's flesh and blood. This kind of strange attack power has only been seen in a few chief priests in the past, but it seems to be somewhat different from your ability." Candace showed her happy appreciation to Fang Sui, which made Zuke on the side have a fierce look in his eyes. He also glanced at the follower who fell to the ground. One of his hands was corroded and shriveled like a mummy, frowned, and showed a thoughtful expression. Candace's words surprised Fang Sui himself. It turns out that not all the dark powers of the Book of the Dead have the ability to corrode flesh and blood. This is a bit too eye-catching. Thinking of the mysterious face of the High Priest, Fang Sui's heart tightened slightly, and he said to Candace calmly, "Everyone sees the Book of the Dead in the sacrifice hall differently. I don't know why the dark power I practiced has changed like this. I'm sorry to disappoint Miss Candace." After Fang Sui finished speaking, he turned to Zoe and others who had been scrambling to enter the dancer building earlier. At this time, they heard the noise and came out of the building again. They gathered behind NASA and said, "Since the matter here is over, let's go to the building to take a look." Everyone looked at each other, nodded silently, and were about to step into the dancer building. Suddenly, they heard the cold and arrogant voice of Penrose, stopping him. "Wait. Today's dancer building, not even a dog is allowed to enter without my consent." NASA and others were stunned, and humiliated expressions appeared on their faces at the same time. Zoe was young and full of energy. Her face flushed as she said, "This dancer's house is obviously accepting guests normally. Others can enter, so why can't we enter?" Everyone in Penrose group sneered and said in unison, "Hey Mo, come out." A middle-aged man who had been hiding on the side and watching for a long time came out from the crowd. He had a sharp look on his face, but he was a bit mercenary. The man was dressed quite gorgeously, with a fake smile on his face and several golden ornaments on his fingers. He was not short originally, but his waist was slightly bent due to habit, so he looked much shorter. All these characteristics combined made Fang Sui know that this man must be a typical person who is good at changing his mind and puts profit first when he appeared. This man was Mo, the owner of the dancer's house in the Holy City. He was called out by Panless and his gang. He understood Panless's meaning without being told. He walked quickly to Nase and others and said, "Lord Na has seen the situation with his own eyes. Please don't make things difficult for me. This young Master Los has paid a lot of money to book this building tonight. He has the final say. Who enters and who leaves is up to young Master Los." He was facing Nase and others when he spoke, his face full of sincerity, and he also gave Fang Sui a helpless look. He took good care of the few words and tried not to offend anyone as much as possible. He was indeed a shrewd businessman. Panless's side laughed continuously, and everyone was arrogant. They had lost face and suffered heavy losses before. At this time, several people used the black motorcycle to prohibit Fang Sui and others from entering the dancer building. They all felt that they had regained the upper hand, so they all looked smug. Fang Sui didn't take the laughter of these second generation rich people to heart. He turned to Pan Luosi and said with a smile, "Since you have the final say here, let's go. But I have a lot of free time these days, so I will come tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. If Master Luosi doesn't want us to go in, we need to guard this place strictly every day and pay a lot of money to book it." After saying this, he ignored Pan Luosi, whose face changed slightly and snorted angrily, and turned to look at Mo and said leisurely, "Mo, you are so good at doing business. I wish your dancer building a prosperous business. We have a long time to come, and we will have the opportunity to get close to each other." Fang Sui's words were said in a lukewarm and full of sarcasm, which made Mo's face change slightly, and he said, "Of course." He agreed repeatedly, but there was a trace of anger and contempt in his eyes, which was seen by Fang Sui, who squinted his eyes and stared at him closely and thought to himself, "It turns out that Mo has something in mind. He is not afraid of me, a priest with the identity of a true disciple of the Sacrifice Institute. It seems that this dancer building has another backer." Fang Sui was no longer interested in staying, so he turned around and walked out. Nase and others also left with him. Just as Fang Sui and his party reached the gate of the dancer building and were about to leave, Xiuke suddenly shouted across the air, "I see that the power of the underworld that you, Priest Fang, have is different from others and is extremely powerful. I can't help it and want to have a good fight with Priest Fang. What do you think?" Nase and others who were walking out with Fang Sui were all surprised at the same time. Everyone winked at Fang Sui and asked him to refuse the competition. It should be noted that Xiuke is a famous invincible swordsman who has experienced countless battles and has never been defeated. Now that he is protected by Munisa, no one can control him. He has always been ruthless. If you fight with him, you will be injured at the least or die at the worst. Compared with the long-renowned Xiuke, Fang Sui, who has just entered the door of practice, is destined to have more negatives. Therefore, Nase and others believe that Fang Sui is not his opponent, and they frequently wink at him, asking him to refuse Xiuke's ill-intention challenge. Fang Sui stopped at the door, but did not turn around, as if he was thinking. Xiuke's eyes were bright and his powerful voice was raised again, saying frivolously, I know that Priest Fang must be very tired after fighting 3 masters tonight. Don't worry, I don't want you to fight me immediately. We can set a date in 10 days. There will be a banquet hosted by Lord Munisa. We can take this opportunity to fight and let people see the amazing skills of Priest Fang. What do you think? When Xiuke spoke, he deliberately emphasized the word master, which was full of irony. It was obvious that he was hinting that Fang Sui was only worthy of fighting with followers, but did not dare to accept his challenge. Pan Luosi and others on the side laughed at him. Under such circumstances, if Fang Sui chose to avoid Xiuke's invitation, he would have a hard time raising his head in this era that attaches great importance to personal bravery. Suddenly, the sound of cheers and applause from many onlookers rang out. It was when Xiuke was speaking that he unexpectedly released his aura and looked heroic. The broadsword in his hand made a series of soft hums, as if it had a soul. With his handsome face and upright posture, it was indeed moving. Even Candice, who was watching silently from the side, had a look of admiration on her pretty face, which showed that Xiuke's charm was really extraordinary. After Xiuke finished speaking, Fang Sui, who had been standing still, walked out of the door again. Everyone immediately booed, thinking that Fang Sui did not dare to fight, and was eager to leave. Hemo, Penrose and others laughed loudly. Just as the crowd was in a commotion, Fang Sui's calm voice, with an unusual penetrating power, sounded leisurely. Since you are so interested, Xiuke, how can I not agree? We will decide the winner at the dinner, hosted by Lord Munisa, but if it is an ordinary competition, it is really boring. How about we add some prizes and let the loser immediately get out of the holy city, or commit suicide on the spot? The whole audience suddenly fell silent. Does this person ignore life and death, or is there something wrong with his brain? Xiuke, who took the initiative to challenge, also showed a very surprised expression. He never thought that Fang Sui was so cruel that he wanted to fight to the death. In fact, after Xiuke learned that Fang Sui was a true disciple of the sacrifice hall, he had given up the intention of killing Fang Sui in public. Unexpectedly, Fang Sui took the initiative to ask the loser to commit suicide. Xiuke really hit the mark and laughed in response. It's rare that Priest Fang has such courage. Xiuke is happy to accompany you. I hope that, when you lose the battle, you will not regret your decision today. Same here. Fang Sui kept walking, and his figure never looked back. He silently disappeared into the darkness outside the dancer building, and Ase and others followed one by one. Watching Fang Sui's figure going away, Candice's soft lips curved into a light and agile arc. This foreign man had a kind of indifference to life and death, and an unyielding demeanor. Chapter 20. Opening the soul demon fetus of the divine gate. Fang Sui, why are you so foolish? Not only did you agree to fight with Zuke, but you also proposed that the loser should kill himself. After leaving the dancers building, Nase and others asked in a flurry. Fang Sui walked slowly on the long stone street of Thebes, which was sparsely populated due to the deepening of the night, and replied casually, under the previous situation, if I avoided Zuke's challenge, it would be fine if I was criticized, but the most important thing is that I would lose the support of the sacrifice hall because of my cowardice. That would be a real disaster, and I would become a fish that Xiuke would slaughter at will. Nase and others were stunned and silent. After a little thought, they realized that what Fang Sui said made sense. In this ancient era, when humans fought against nature and beasts, personal bravery was the most valued quality. If Fang Sui was so cowardly that he didn't even dare to accept the challenge, he would most likely lose the support of the sacrifice hall. Zoe's face was still red, and she said indignantly, although Penrith and Zuke are too bullying, it is still too risky for you to accept the challenge, Fang Sui, and you are in danger of losing your life. Fang Sui said in a relaxed tone, the threat of death is sometimes not a bad thing. The fear of death will make me feel the reality of life, and stimulate potential that I don't have under normal circumstances. Nase and others showed moved expressions at the same time. What Fang Sui said was to use the great fear of life and death as a driving force to temper himself. This kind of courage is really unmatched by ordinary people. Fang Sui said, don't worry, Zuke thought that he had figured out my background with the sword he attacked earlier, and he looked down on me. He is also very arrogant and conceited by nature. When the real battle starts, I will give him a surprise that he will never forget. Nase looked at Fang Sui carefully and said, so, are you sure you can defeat Zuke? The other people were also excited and looked at Fang Sui with expectation. Unexpectedly, Fang Sui shook his head and said calmly, Zuke's swordsmanship has reached an unpredictable and extraordinary realm. The sword he attacked earlier made it impossible to see the subsequent changes of the sword. To be honest, if I fight him now, I don't even have half a chance of winning. Everyone was shocked and said in unison, then you still agreed to fight him, aren't you looking for death? Fang Sui laughed dumbly, isn't there more than 10 days left? Between life and death, a momentary change may affect the final result, let alone more than 10 days? Okay, I know the way back. I have some problems to think about alone, let alone more than 10 days. Okay, I know the way back. I have to think about some problems alone. Let's separate here. After saying that, he walked forward and left, leaving Nasser and others staying where they were, looking at each other. Fang Sui walked alone on the streets of Thebes, hearing the faint sound of the Nile River rushing in his ears, and huge statues of gods everywhere around him. In a trance, he couldn't help but have the illusion of stepping into the world of gods and demons. It was late at night. Near the sacrifice court, a place that ordinary people hold in awe, the streets are even more deserted. Only Fang Sui, who was lost in thought, made a rhythmic sound of footsteps on the ground in the long and silent night. After practicing the inscriptions on the Book of the Dead for several days, he had a preliminary contact with the way of practice and realized the method of circulating the dark energy in the Danshan, which could temporarily stimulate the dark energy to the outside of the body and greatly increase the attack power. But Fang Sui felt that emitting the dark energy outside the body to increase the attack power was not the correct way to use the dark energy of death. According to Sanin, the fundamental function of the legendary Book of the Dead is to communicate with the original power of the underworld, and it should not be limited to its own fence. Fang Sui was thinking and walking, getting closer and closer to the main gate of the sacrifice court. Suddenly, a warning sign arose in his heart. Almost subconsciously, Fang Sui made a sideways move to avoid it. At the same time, a ghostly figure appeared on a majestic statue several feet high beside the long street. With a flash of cold light, the black shadow holding a short blade in his hand, moved as fast as lightning, and silently jumped down. With a cold light, he attacked Fang Sui several times, each of which was fatal. This attack came unexpectedly and unexpectedly. After all, Fang Sui had not practiced for a long time. He was very embarrassed to dodge the enemy. He rolled and jumped on the ground many times before he was able to avoid the disaster. The situation was extremely critical, but even though he was at an absolute disadvantage, Fang Sui still managed to stay calm. His eyes were like knives, staring at the attacker who was wrapped in a black shirt and attacked repeatedly without a sound. This was not the time to save face. Fang Sui finally won a moment of respite by using the stone pillars on the side of the road to block him. After taking the opportunity to stand up, he immediately shouted without hesitation, "How dare you attack a true disciple level priest in front of the sacrificial courtyard?" Fang Sui's shout was like thunder from the ground, and it was heard from a particularly long distance outside the silent sacrificial courtyard. The shout continued to echo and spread with amazing power. The sacred city sacrifice hall was the only place in Thebes that was on the same level as the pharaoh's bedroom and had the most strict security. The dark sacrificial hall looked calm on the outside, but in fact, it was full of murderous intent and crouching dragons and tigers. When Fang Sui's shout was about to fall, a figure in a white shirt appeared silently in the darkness behind the main entrance of the sacrificial hall, suddenly like a ghost standing there. At the same moment, the killer who attacked Fang Sui snorted coldly, raised his hand, and swung out a palm-sized thin cloth-like object with blood flowing on it, which flew towards Fang Sui. Fang Sui was no longer frightened at this time. He shouted loudly, exerted all his strength to stimulate the dark power in his dantian, raised his hand and punched out. The fist light fluctuated and hit the thing approaching him. There was a scream of squeak. After the thin cloth-like attack object collided with Fang Sui's fist, it screamed like a living thing, flew back, and was retrieved by the killer who was about to retreat. The attacker seemed a little surprised that Fang Sui could withstand his last attack. He let out a light A, but did not dare to stay any longer. He jumped up and ran away, using the shadows between the buildings to flash several times, and disappeared without a trace. Fang Sui suddenly realized that he was sweating all over. This attack was really strange. Fang Sui asked himself that he had only had conflicts with Panless and Zuko when he first arrived in Thebes, but this attack did not seem like what they did. No matter how stupid Panless was, he would not come to kill the priests of the true disciple level of the sacrifice hall that night, just after he had a conflict with him. What's more, Zuko had just made a life and death battle with Fang Sui. In the eyes of Panless and others, Fang Sui would not survive more than 10 days at most, so there was really no need to go to such lengths and send someone to kill Fang Sui. After this analysis, since Panless and Xiuka were not suspected, the matter became more complicated. "Are you okay?" A cold and gloomy voice sounded behind Fang Sui. It was the white-robed priest who came out of the sacrificial courtyard to meet him. The man's face was covered by long hair, and his skin showed an unhealthy whiteness, which looked very cold and awe-inspiring. He continued, "If you are okay, go back to your residence. Be careful when you go out in the future. There are always blasphemers who hide in the dark to attack people in the sacrificial courtyard. The last thing used by the previous attacker is called soul-peeling skin. It is made of human skin peeled alive. If it is contaminated, the evil resentment in it will invade the soul, and you will never be able to practice again in this life. It is very vicious. Recently, many priests have been destroyed by this soul-peeling skin." Fang Sui nodded and thanked him, without expressing his doubts. But this attack was really not targeted. It was just an attack on the priests, who went out of the sacrificial courtyard. In this ancient era, there were so many strange things, and the dangers were far beyond imagination. Fang Sui frowned, and turned to walk towards the sacrificial courtyard. The next few days were quite peaceful. Even the expected questioning about why the power of death had the ability to corrode flesh and blood did not happen. The attack at night was also silent, and left no trace, as if it had never happened. Since no one disturbed him, Fang Sui enjoyed the quietness, and stayed at home, practicing diligently. However, since the time was short, and he was not experienced enough in practice, the black gas in his dantian grew abnormally slowly. However, the black gas became purer and darker, as if it could swallow light. Indistinctly, in the core of the black gas, as if some kind of life was brewing, slight fluctuations emerged, and the breath was extremely terrifying. The Book of the Dead calls this initial practice phenomenon the opening of the God's Gate, also known as the soul demon fetus. The book says that, if you can successfully open the God's Gate, and make the demon fetus appear, you are truly qualified to practice the Book of the Dead. Fang Sui thought to himself, so I haven't even crossed the threshold of truly learning the Book of the Dead, and the dark power in my body is not even at the entry level. Is it so difficult to cultivate real dark power? That afternoon, Fang Sui walked out of his residence and headed towards an ancient stone hall in the sacrificial courtyard. It was the scripture hall that stored many books in the sacrificial courtyard. Fang Sui wanted to take a look inside. It would be best if he could find records of other priests' dark power cultivation process. It would be even better if he could understand the relevant information of the Book of the Dead, which would definitely be of great help to his practice. Chapter 21, The Book of the Dead and the Golden Book of the Sun. The spacious and empty scripture hall of the sacrificial courtyard was quiet and silent. Stepping into it reminded people of the sultry afternoons in summer. As soon as he entered the scripture hall, Fang Sui met a middle-aged priest on duty. He was allowed to enter the hall only after his identity was verified. The hall was lined with rows of sturdy wooden shelves with ancient shapes, filled with various primitive books. Linen, wood, animal skins, and even stone slabs were all tools used to record texts in this era. Most of the important text information was chiseled on stone slabs or inscriptions for long-term preservation. There were countless stone tablets and slabs on display in the scripture hall, some new, some old, some large, some small. On each inscription, there were countless hieroglyphs. Fang Sui was surprised to find that the texts engraved on some of the stone slabs were very special, different from hieroglyphs, and seemed to be a more ancient font. This kind of writing, which reflects the content by combining strokes similar to geometric figures, is very efficient and concise, but its meaning is rich and varied. In terms of the breadth and accuracy of description, it seems to be higher than the famous hieroglyphics of ancient Egypt. The discovery of this kind of writing alone made Fang Sui very surprised, and fell into deep thought. As we all know, ancient Egypt was the earliest national system that maintained the royal power with theocracy, creating countless amazing miracles. And writing is the embodiment of the wisdom of a civilization, representing a means of transmitting experience. So who created the fonts seen in this scripture hall, which are earlier than the Egyptian hieroglyphics? How could such a complete writing system with ever-changing meanings be created in the early period of human civilization? Fang Sui thought of another possibility. Before the current human civilization, could there have been one or more highly developed civilizations on the earth? This is not impossible. Compared with the long 4.6 billion years of evolution of the earth itself, the thousands of years of human civilization are as short as a breath in the process of human life. Who can guarantee that the current human beings are the only intelligent life that has ever been born on the earth? Fang Sui's mind was drawn to the newly discovered mysterious font. He stopped to look at each stone tablet that recorded this text. The strange characters on the inscriptions have been studied by countless priests in the sacrificial hall for thousands of years. The meaning of most of the words has been accurately deciphered. Countless annotations were made densely into the stone tablets in Egyptian characters. Fang Sui read the inscriptions one by one, and time passed quickly. An afternoon passed quickly. Among them, there was a shabby stone tablet that looked like black marble, and full of traces of time. The content depicted on it made Fang Sui's face tremble slightly. The inscription reads, "There are sounds of gods and demons in every corner of the earth. A huge flying land appears in the sky. The gods stand on the land of gods, looking down at everything on the earth from a high place." Seeing this, Fang Sui's imagination was endless. The continent in the sky? What is that? Is it a flying tool left by an earlier intelligent civilization on Earth? Or did gods really come to the world? Continue reading. "The gods sowed the seeds of life, taught us how to make fire, count, survive, and build. The gods eventually left. They were going on a divine journey. But the gods did not abandon us. They left behind codes to elevate the level of life. Through practice, the spiritual among us will be able to establish contact with the gods across time and space. The codes left by the gods." Fang Sui's eyes were shining with wisdom, and he muttered to himself, "Does it include the Book of the Dead?" New content appeared on another old inscription, this time described in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. Fang Sui's spirits were revived, because what was written on it was exactly about the origin of the Book of the Dead. Pharaoh Men's is a spiritual person who is hard to find in 100 generations. He unified Upper and Lower Egypt, and established the greatest kingdom on earth. Legend has it that Men's had personally met gods and demons, and got a glimpse of the secrets of their cultivation. He obtained the opening chapter of the Book of the Dead from the residence of the gods, which is known as the two great books of miracles together with the Golden Book of the Sunday. The Golden Book of the Sun. The Golden Book of the Sun. Fang Sui first learned that in addition to the Book of the Dead, ancient Egypt also had a Golden Book of the Sun. The Golden Book of the Sun is the holy book of ancient Egypt, also known as the Code of the Sun. Legend has it that it was written by the sun god, the supreme god of ancient Egypt, who is a combination of Ra and Ammon, and expounds the ultimate secrets of gods and demons. This treasure book was passed down to the world for the son of Ra, that is, every pharaoh to practice and study, so that one day the pharaoh can return to the land of gods and demons. When Fang Sui whispered the golden book of the sun, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, explaining the origin of the golden book of the sun. Fang Sui's heart was secretly terrified. With his keen sense of hearing and vision, he should have noticed someone approaching him, even when he was deep in thought. However, Fang Sui was not alert until the moment before the voice sounded. It can be seen that the person coming was extraordinary. Turning back, he saw the handsome Sanning, wearing a spotless white shirt, standing proudly less than 10 feet away from Fang Sui. Seeing Fang Sui turn around, Sanning showed a sincere smile, but his eyes were calm, deep and restrained without any emotional fluctuations, and his whole expression was quite strange. He continued, "It's a pity that the golden scripture of the sun has long been lost in the long river of time. Some people say that a certain pharaoh angered the god Ra, so that Ra took back this divine book that did not belong to the human world. Some people also say that the code was taken into the underworld by a certain pharaoh after his death, so it can never appear in the human world again." He added, "There are many legends about the golden scripture of the sun and the book of the dead. It is said that these two codes are the upper and lower parts of a divine book called the root of chaos. If someone can practice the two holy books together, he can become the master of the gods." Sanning's calm face flashed with a look of yearning. Then he stopped talking about the golden scripture of the sun, and instead blinked mischievously, changing the subject and said, "How about we go out for a walk, and go to the dancers building? I'll take care of all the expenses." Fang Sui's thoughts were still immersed in the two strange books of the golden scripture of the sun and the book of the dead. Are they really the works of the gods? Explaining the ultimate secrets between life and death, and exploring the boundaries of eternal life. He had no idea that the solar meteorite that had brought him through time and space was hidden deep in his consciousness. Hearing Sanning's suggestion, Fang Sui, whose mind was racing, did not pay attention for a moment and replied casually, "Where to go?" Sanning laughed and said, "I heard that you could not enter the dancers building last time. That's such a pity. Why don't we go now and go again? I guarantee you won't regret it." At this time, Fang Sui had already retracted his thoughts on the secrets of gods and demons. He smiled when he heard this, glanced at Sanning, and said, "You are well informed. Well, let's go out for a walk." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Dancer, please collect and recommend. Right square bracket. It was already nightfall in Thebes, and the hustle and bustle of the day was gradually fading. Fang Sui and Sannin walked side by side on the stone streets. Sannin showed his hospitality and eloquence, explaining to Fang Sui the origins of every statue or building along the way. He was thorough and vivid. If there were tour guides in this era, Sannin would be the best one. The two walked slowly, and it took them half an hour to reach the outside of the dancers building. Perhaps because Sanning came with them this time, the two went straight into the building without encountering any obstacles. Sanning led the way with brisk steps, weaving in and out like a regular at the dancer building, which surprised Fang Sui. He asked, "Can people from our sacrificial academy freely enter and exit such places of romance?" Sanning was stunned for a moment before he understood what Fang Sui meant. His eyes lit up and he said, "A place of romance, ha. Priest Fang's description is quite novel. There are two types of priests in my sacrificial academy. People like you and me, Priest Fang, are both practicing to become combat priests, with the goal of catching up with the footsteps of gods and demons and constantly strengthening ourselves. The other part of the priests mainly communicate and study the spiritual concepts of gods and demons, with the goal of educating the masses. We have different directions and different rules." Fang Sui suddenly realized, so that means we combat priests have greater freedom, while the other part of priests who are deeply involved in the spiritual realm cannot enter and exit such places. Sanning nodded happily. As they were talking, they walked to a delicate and quiet small temple far away from the hustle and bustle. Sanning walked in without saying a word. Inside, candles are bright and lights are swaying. There are several small dining tables, which are filled with flowers and various fruits and wines. Before the two of them sat down, a gorgeous Egyptian girl, about 30 years old, dressed in a light gauze, her graceful figure looming, walked in from outside the hall, and said happily, "Someone told me that they saw you, Sanning. So I immediately left the other guests, and came to entertain you in person, but I haven't seen you for a long time." Sanning glanced at Fang Sui with a little embarrassment, and whispered, "I often come here in my spare time, so I'm very familiar with the people here. This woman is called Hamaya, and she is usually called Sister Ya. She is in charge of all the dancers here." He turned to the girl and smiled. "I have been addicted to the art of gods and demons recently, and have not been out and about. I had some free time today, so I came here, didn't I?" He pointed to Fang Sui and said, "He is also a priest of my sacrificial temple. I was just asking Sister Ya to find a dancer with good looks and skills to accompany him." Sister Ya turned around with a smart look, as if she had just discovered Fang Sui. When she saw Fang Sui's outstanding sitting posture, she said with a smile on her face, "This priest Fang showed his power a few days ago. He not only defeated 3 men of Master Panless, but also challenged masters like Xiuken. His name has long been known in the holy city. If our dancers knew that you two were coming together, they would be very happy. I will go and make arrangements." This Egyptian madam, called Sister Ya, did not mention a word about the bad relationship between Fang Sui and the owner of the dancers building, Hemo. When Fang Sui left that day, she really knew that smiling people and visiting people were the way to do business. But Fang Sui dared to assert that someone must have secretly reported the news of his arrival to Panless, and there would probably be more excitement to see later. Fang Sui and Sanning found 2 adjacent seats and sat down, chatting and laughing with each other. In less than a cup of tea, they heard bursts of chirping and soft footsteps coming from outside the hall. A group of young girls in their prime walked in one after another. Fang Sui looked up and immediately felt a breath of youth blowing in his face. He himself was not obsessed with women, and certainly not a moralist who regarded women as snakes and scorpions. When he saw a group of women coming in, he was infected by the atmosphere and felt his eyes brightened. There were more than a dozen women coming in, all of whom were fat and thin. Among them, 2 of them were obviously outstanding in appearance, far superior to ordinary people, and were 1 in a million, just like Candice. One of them had a sexy figure, wearing a red thin leather skirt and a linen shirt of the same color on her upper body. The style was simple, but it appropriately highlighted her flat and healthy belly, and she had a very charming taste. The woman had soft eyes, depicting the black eyelids common in ancient Egyptian women, full of attractive temptation. When she saw Sannin from a distance, she immediately quickened her pace and came to Sannin's side. The two were obviously familiar with each other, and they whispered intimately. Among the women who came in, another one with outstanding appearance was completely different from the sexy and charming woman in red. She was wearing a short dress with a slender waist and walked into the hall with light steps. Her figure was well proportioned, but not exaggerated. The most attractive thing was that, even though she was in such a prostitute place like the dancers building, she still had a hint of dignity and a hidden shyness and sadness in her eyes. Her whole temperament was incompatible with the surrounding environment, but it made her more graceful and beautiful. The red-dressed woman beside Sanning saw Fang Sui sizing up the shy woman, and chuckled. "The sister you're interested in, Priest Fang, is a newcomer in our dance palace, named Leia. Something happened in her family, most of her relatives were killed, and she was the only one sent to us. Priest Fang, please treat her well." In ancient times, places like dance halls and art galleries were always full of weak women with tragic fates. Fang Sui was not surprised, but he couldn't help but feel a little touched. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Since Miss Leia has experienced misfortune and seen her relatives die one after another, and the direction of her fate is completely unaffected by her will, how can I bear to let her stay with me in such a situation? It's better for Miss Leia to do as she pleases and go back to rest. We will pay for as many gold or silverings, one of the types of currency in ancient Egypt, as you need." As soon as Fang Sui said this, Sanning immediately agreed. Priest Fang is right, that's how it should be. The red-dressed woman who was very close to Sanning also looked at Fang Sui again with sparkling eyes, stood up and introduced herself. Philly formally meets Priest Fang. At this time, the coquettish voices of the other women in the hall also quieted down, and Leia, who had always looked wooden since entering the hall, turned her head to look at Fang Sui with a hint of sadness in her beautiful eyes, which were slightly bright. She did not speak, but walked to Fang Sui's side and quietly sat down beside him, showing with her actions that she was willing to stay and accompany him. Fang Sui said lightly, "Then let's talk together." Upon hearing this, Leia looked up and suddenly saw Fang Sui's bright and energetic eyes. She seemed surprised, and a hint of refinement flashed across her face. When she was about to speak, Sister Ya suddenly walked in hurriedly from outside the door. She glanced at the people in the hall and whispered, "Master Panless learned that Priest Fang was coming, so he brought a group of followers to the building." She paused for a moment, as if there was something else she wanted to say. She turned and glanced at Leia, and everyone understood immediately. It was obvious that Panless wanted to deliberately humiliate Fang Sui, and he had to take Leia away in front of him. Fang Sui had heard of this common and despicable method countless times, but this was the first time he experienced it himself. He sneered and glanced at Sister Ya. The coldness in his eyes made this Egyptian madam, who had always been involved with powerful people, shudder suddenly. He thought to himself, "Oh no, Hemo and Penrose came up with this trick of using dancers to humiliate Fang Sui. Did he see through it?" Fang Sui was actually quite embarrassed. He thought to himself that if he had another big fight with Penrose, even if no one could do anything to him, after he left, Leia would definitely become the target of the other party's anger, which was equivalent to harming this woman with a tragic fate in disguise. Just as Fang Sui was thinking about it, dense footsteps sounded outside the hall again. Someone's cold and disdainful voice came from far outside the hall, saying in a yin and yang tone, "Heh, Master Lowe's asked me to come and pick up Leia. Let's see who has the guts to delay and stop it." Chapter 23 Collision. Following the voice, several people walked in from outside the hall. They were all Panless's followers. He and Xiuka were not among them. The one walking in front was a middle-aged man with an ordinary body shape and a thin face. His eyebrows and cheeks gave people the impression of protruding bones, which made him look very mean. In certain periods of ancient Egypt, both men and women had the habit of wearing makeup, and the leading man who walked in at this time was such a man. His eyelids were painted with slender and thick black eyetails, which looked very strange, and made his eyes narrow and feminine. This man was Panless's number one servant, named Kenman. He was a model of like master, like servant. Relying on Panless's family power, he had done countless evil things in recent years. Kenman walked into the hall with his head held high. Fang Sui didn't even look at him. Instead, a man next to him, about 30 years old, was short and sturdy, bald and hairless, with a beast-like fierce light in his eyes, attracted Fang Sui's vigilant attention. This man had dark brown skin and a fierce face. When his eyes gleamed, it was like electricity in a dark room. When he walked, his feet were rooted, and he was extremely steady, giving people the strange feeling that every step was like carrying a heavy mountain. Fang Sui knew at first sight that this man must be proficient in fighting, and had great strength, and was a master who was very different from ordinary people. Not far from Fang Sui, Philly, who was leaning against Sanin, leaned forward with her beautiful upper body, and whispered to Fang Sui in a voice full of opposite-sex seduction. "The short man who follows Kenman, the servant of Penrose, is called Lum. He is one of the masters recruited by Lord Munisa, second only to Shuko in reputation. He is as cruel as a wild beast. It is said that the female slaves awarded to him by Lord Munisa were tortured to death in the end. He is a demon-like figure that everyone fears." Phyllis' forward posture showed a touch of smoothness on her chest. The peaks and ridges were looming, which was indeed very tempting, but Fang Sui remained calm and ignored him. He just stared at Lum, who walked into the hall with a fierce light in his eyes. Sanin, who was less than 10 feet away from Fang Sui, behaved a little strangely. He had been watching calmly from the sidelines the whole time. Only when Lum walked in, his eyes lit up slightly, and then there was no other reaction. The atmosphere in the hall became cold and murderous because of the silent but substantial eye contact between Fang Sui and Lum. The women who were originally scattered in the center of the hall, ready to dance, all hid aside in horror. After Kenman walked into the hall, with a look of disdain on his face, accompanied by 3 or 5 other servants and Lum, he proudly approached where Fang Sui and Lair were. Kenman looked up and down at Lair as he walked forward, a hint of lust flashed in his eyes, and his eyes turned around, sneering at Fang Sui. Master Lowe's was afraid that some fools who didn't know the difference between respect and inferiority would hinder Miss Lair from passing, so he asked me to come and greet her. Miss Lair, you should know how to advance and retreat. Let's go now. As he spoke, he had come in front of Fang Sui and stretched out his hand to grab Lair's wrist across the half-person high table. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the void. Fang Sui quickly picked up a fork-like tool on the table, which was used to take food, and stabbed it towards Kenman's forward hand. Clang. At the same moment, when Fang Sui made his move, Rum beside Kenman grinned, took out a black short blade, and stabbed it horizontally on the copper tableau that Fang Sui had stabbed. The two made a sound of metal clashing. Then the sound of clang clang continued. Fang Sui and Rum collided repeatedly in the time it took to breathe, until a crack sounded. After all, the copper object in Fang Sui's hand was not a weapon. After several blocks, Rum finally seized the opportunity and slashed it with the short blade in his hand, breaking it in the middle. At this time, Kenman had already grabbed Lair's wrist. He turned to Fang Sui and gave him a contemptuous smile, saying, "Before I set out, Lord Zuke specifically asked Rum to come with me, knowing that you are so stupid." Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed drastically, but Fang Sui's hands kept moving, and he and Rum continued to make fierce collisions in a small area, but his legs, which were sitting still, silently passed out from under the table and kicked Kenman's shinbone. The shinbone is also called the front bone. If it is hit by gravity, it will inevitably cause unbearable pain, and in severe cases it will even cause fainting. The fragility and importance of the front bone can be seen from the fact that athletes who play football will add a protective plate in front of the leg bone. It is actually the second most important part of the body after several major vital parts. Kenman never thought that Fang Sui could use two minds and do this strange trick in the fight with Rum. Fang Sui kicked him in the calf bone, and the expression on his face was really wonderful, with surprise, anger, fear, and then turned into pain. Cold sweat immediately flowed on his face. He screamed suddenly, fell to the ground sideways, hugged his calf, and howled. At this time, Fang Sui and Lum collided with each other, and their bodies shook slightly, and the two sides separated for a short time. Kenman screamed in pain for a long time, before being helped up by the others who came with him. He looked at Fang Sui with resentment, still in pain, and said incoherently, "I will make you die a hard death, you." Fang Sui's eyes suddenly became murderous, and he said in a deep voice, "Shut up. Do you want to die now?" Rum beside Kenman interrupted and said, "I'm here. Why don't you try to kill Kenman?" Fang Sui shouted softly, stood up suddenly, his eyes were shining, and a layer of black mist was spreading around his body. This mist was very strange. Normally, all mists have a cold breath, but when Fang Sui's almost invisible thin mist came out, it spread a faint heat around it, which surprised people and made them unable to figure out the mystery. On the other side, Sanning, who had been watching silently, stared at the ethereal black air emitted by Fang Sui, and a look of thinking flashed across his face. Just when Lum also slightly put away his contempt on his face, because of Fang Sui's rising momentum, the two sides were about to start fighting. A soft voice sounded in Fang Sui's ears, saying, "Leia has many misfortunes in her life, and she has long been accustomed to it. Priest Fang does not need to worry about me. I will just let them go." While speaking in a low voice, Leia slowly stood up and walked in front of Kenman. Kenman immediately laughed and looked at Fang Sui proudly, with a sense of showing off. He seemed to want to say a few sarcastic words, but when he saw the strange black light in Fang Sui's eyes, he was shocked and stopped talking temporarily. He just snorted coldly and turned to walk out. Seeing a group of people leaving quickly with Leia, Fang Sui's thoughts turned upside down. He thought to himself that, even if he stopped them now, it would be useless. Perhaps not intervening would be a better choice for Leia. Rum waited until Kenman and others walked out of the hall before he left. When he reached the door of the hall, he laughed wildly a few times and then strode away. After this incident, Fang Sui no longer had the mood to stay here. He turned to Sanin and said lightly, "Sanin, it's rare for you to come out. Stay and have fun. No need to see me off." After that, he left. He did not mean to blame Sanin for standing idly by. To be specific, the two of them had only met twice and exchanged a few words. When encountering an incident, Sanin was not obliged to stand in the same camp with him. Fang Sui. The city of Thibs turned cold under the night sky. The cold wind blew on Fang Sui's face, which made him feel refreshed. Putting aside his unhappiness, he returned to the sacrificial temple silently. The next morning, Fang Sui went to bed and got up early as usual. Just as he was preparing to sit cross-legged to warm himself up and start his early morning practice, a shrewd servant from the sacrificial courtyard walked into the room quickly and reported to Fang Sui, "There is a city guard named Zo, who said she is a friend of the priest and is waiting outside." Zo came so early, what happened? Fang Sui felt a little uneasy. Chapter 24, Seeing Through the Evil Plot. In a quiet room in the sacrificial courtyard, Fang Sui sat cross-legged, staring at Zo opposite with a heavy gaze, and asked, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Zo sighed. "A murder occurred in the dancers building last night. The deceased was called Leia. She was tortured and killed in the early morning." He said, "This murder case was sent to our city guards, and Captain Nasser is responsible for the investigation. He heard about your visit to the dancers building last night and asked me to come and say hello to you first. We all know what happened in this case. In the end, it can only be left unresolved. I hope you don't be impulsive." To Zo's surprise, Fang Sui's face remained calm, and he just said lightly, "I'll go see Leia's body." In the dancers building, in a small room, used to store sundries, Fang Sui saw the dead Leia. Her clothes were torn, she was almost naked, her body was bruised, and her lower body was in a mess. Unlike the delicate and tender appearance when they met last night, the face on her body was extremely hideous and full of resentment, as if accusing life of injustice. Obviously, she was still suffering inhuman humiliation until the moment of her death. There were many scars on her chest and her originally beautiful face, which looked like human bite marks and fatal wounds caused by sharp blades. Such a miserable death reminded Fang Sui of Lam, who had tortured and killed a maid when Philly introduced her last night. Only people with twisted humanity could do such a thing. Of course, Panless, Zuko, and Kenman, as well as the owner of the dancer building, Hemo, were all accomplices. Fang Sui couldn't say that he was very sad. After all, he and Leia had only met once, but he was very angry in his heart. Even a little self-blame and an irrepressible murderous intent surged. Nasser, who was standing beside him, sighed and said, "They are indeed too much, but for a girl like Leia who entered the dancers building, death may not be a bad thing." Seeing Fang Sui was silent, Nasser said again, "If Hemo didn't want to report to the police, he only needed to quietly deal with Leia's body, and everything would be calm, and no one would care about the life or death of a dancer." They deliberately reported to the police, just to show their fearless power, so as to achieve the purpose of making you afraid. I know you won't be afraid, but there is no need to make things difficult for them. Fang Sui nodded, turned and walked out, and said calmly, "Bury Leia. The sun sets, and when the day passes, the night falls again." Fang Sui hid in the shadow under a building, looking at a magnificent building complex with palaces in the distance. That was the residence of Munisa, an important Egyptian official. Fang Sui was certainly not so reckless as to go deep into the heavily guarded and extremely strict mansion of Munisa to assassinate Panless and others. That was too dangerous and there was almost no hope of success. Fang Sui came here to see if there was any chance to collect some interest for Leia first. This struggle was not something he wanted to provoke, but a provocation made by Panless, Zuko and others with a life in the prime of life. No one can avoid paying the price for their actions, let alone such a beastly atrocity as killing Leia. Nearly half an hour later, two carriages were used at the side door of Munisa's mansion with amazing momentum and whizzed away. In one of the cars, Panless and Zuko were sitting upright, and in the other car were Kemen and a group of followers. Fang Sui's face, covered in the shadow, showed a cold and ruthless coldness. Panless and others drove forward, rushing all the way, straight to the dancer building, and finally walked into an independent palace with shining lights inside. Last night, Leia's death was like a wave, passing without a trace, and did not have any adverse impact on the business of the dancers building. In the dark night, the dancers building was as prosperous as ever, with a constant stream of cars and people coming and going. Fang Sui used his amazing skills, which he had trained from climbing high mountains in his previous life, to silently climb over the outer wall of the dancers building and sneak into it smoothly. Fang Sui jumped under the swaying shadows of the trees, and a faint black gas quietly spread in his body, covering his body. In the night, Fang Sui became hazy like a ghost. If any senior priest of the sacrifice hall saw him releasing the black gas from his dantian at this time, they would be very surprised at his speed of practice, and he could master the method of releasing the dark power from his dantian to cover his body in such a short time. The next moment, Fang Sui spread his body like a snake and a rat and silently penetrated into the many courtyards of the dancers building, approaching the palace where Pan Lewis and others were. After all, the dancers building is a place for public access, and the security inside is not very strict. After tea time, Fang Sui came to the outside of the palace where Penrith and others were, hid behind a huge corridor column at the back of the palace, and listened to the movement inside. First, there was a burst of playfulness inside, and then a deep and crazy voice sounded, saying in a low voice, "I haven't thanked the young master yet. Finally, I gave that Leia to me, which made my subordinates indulge in it." After that, he laughed like a beast, full of violent emotions. Fang Sui was very angry. This voice was Lum. It turned out that he was the one who killed Leia. Then the voice of Kenman, the sinister villain, sounded in the palace again, and he laughed in a low voice. "In this case, I have to thank the young master too. That Leia. TSK, it's really good. It's a pity that she died like this." There was another noisy and chaotic laughter in the palace, and it seemed that there were quite a lot of people. Another woman's voice chuckled. "Master Luz doesn't know how ugly Fang Sui's face was when he saw Leia's body after he came here today." Fang Sui's anger was even more intense. This voice was full of temptation. It was actually from Feely, who had been in love with Sanning last night. It turned out that she was Pan Lewis's man. Pan Lewis's arrogant voice finally sounded in the room, saying, "Fang Sui, that foreign slave, wants to compete with me. How can I not teach him a lesson he will never forget? The competition with Xiuk in a few days will be the time for him to die." Xiuk chuckled and continued, "I guarantee that Fang Sui can't take 5 moves under my sword, but I don't know if master wants him to die tragically on the spot or to suffer incurable injuries and become a useless person for life." Pan Lewis teased, "This is up to you. You can do it according to the situation at the time." Then everyone in the hall changed the topic and talked and laughed. It turned out that Sister Yao and Hemo from the dancer building were among them. Fang Sui stood outside the hall like a ghost, waiting for his opportunity motionlessly. Suddenly, Penrith's voice was heard in the hall again, asking Philly, "I asked you to keep an eye on Sannin. Have you discovered anything? Is Sannin one of the 37 most mysterious gods in the priesthood? What are his fighting methods?" Philly hesitated and said, "Sannin is extremely cunning, and I haven't been able to figure out his background yet. It's strange. I have tried every means to seduce Sannin, and I think even the coldest and hardest person can't resist, but Sannin always restrains himself at the last moment. Never, never." Everyone in the hall was surprised and said in unison, "You mean that after several months of contact, Sannin has never been really intimate with you, even when you took the initiative? Is he a man?" Xiuk's voice was heard again, pondering. "In fact, Fang Sui is just a small figure, but Sannin is unfathomable, and I can't see through his details." The next moment, Kenman said insidiously, "Master, I have an idea. To be on the safe side, although Lord Zook is invincible in swordsmanship, we should still guard against the tricks of Fang Sui, the foreign dog. Why don't we find an opportunity to give Fang Sui the poison we got from the blasphemer, which can damage the spirit, and is specifically targeted at priests? In this way, he is doomed to die, and it will be difficult for him to turn over." Zook said unhappily, "I have said that Fang Sui can't last more than 5 moves under my sword. There is no other possibility. Panless comforted, Zook, don't be angry. I also want to try whether the poison is really effective. It's okay to try it on Fang Sui. Philly volunteered. Why not let me find an opportunity? Ask him to come to the building again on the pretext of entrusting Lia's last words and take the opportunity to drug him. Fang Sui sneered silently outside. He originally wanted to attack and kill Kin Minoram tonight, but now he accidentally learned of the other party's plan. He moved his mind slightly and came up with another idea. He immediately retreated quietly. Chapter 25 Pharaoh's Blood Crystal. The next day, the sky was clear and blue. In the afternoon, when the breeze was blowing, the dancer's tower really sent someone to deliver a message to Fang Sui. Feely asked him to meet her. Fang Sui knew what was going on, but of course he pretended not to know. He followed the servant who came to deliver the message and came to the dancer's tower again. He went through the halls of the dancer's tower and finally came to a quiet pavilion. From a distance, he could hear the sound of sobbing coming from inside, as if someone was crying sadly. Fang Sui knew without thinking that it was Feely who was acting. He thought to himself, this Feely pretended to have a deep relationship with Leia and put a lot of effort into harming me. If I hadn't overheard their conversation last night, I might have been deceived by her. Fang Sui walked into the building and saw Feely sitting at a square table, crying at the desk. It was not until Fang Sui came in that Feely turned her red and swollen eyes, revealing a pitiful posture. She walked forward quickly, leaned on Fang Sui's shoulder intentionally or unintentionally, and cried sadly again. Fang Sui frowned and thought to himself, this woman is very good at acting. She cries as soon as she says she will. Feeling disgusted, he pushed Feely away calmly and said, Leia is dead. It's useless for Miss Feely to be sad. You asked me to come here. What's the matter? Feely stood up straight with resentment and sobbed. Before Leia died, she asked her servant to pass a message to me, saying that she must tell Priest Fang that her biggest regret was that she didn't meet the priest sooner. If she had any misfortune, you would mistake her for her. Fang Sui thought to himself that Feely's words meant that I fell in love with Leia at first sight, and it would further increase my resentment for her death. Feely, who seemed to be in tears, was actually observing Fang Sui all the time. Seeing him mumbling and silent, she thought he was mourning the death of Leia, and a look of smugness flashed across her face. Feely sobbed and said, everyone knows who killed Leia, but they are all powerful. The priest must not be impulsive and seek revenge on them. If he can defeat Zuken in public in the duel with him the next day, it will greatly humiliate the face of Panless and others, which will be more painful than killing him. She added, come. Feely toasts the priest and wishes him a smooth victory over Zuken. As she spoke, she poured a glass of clear wine from the copper wine pot on the table and handed it to Fang Sui with both hands. Fang Sui took the wine glass and glanced at the wine in the glass. He had long guessed that the other party's method of poisoning was nothing more than putting it in the wine or food so as not to arouse suspicion. There is no doubt that the wine in front of him contains the poison that Panless and others said was specifically designed to harm the priest's spiritual power. Fang Sui looked at Feely, and he seemed to be fascinated by her beauty. He whispered, Miss Feely, can you drink with me? Feely was stunned by Fang Sui's expression. A trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. She thought Fang Sui also had some thoughts about her. She pursed her lips and replied, since the priest has asked, how dare Feely refuse? She turned around lightly, blocking Fang Sui's sight, and took the opportunity to pretend to pour the wine, but in fact she did not really pour out the poisoned wine in the pot. Then Feely turned around and covered the empty cup with her gauze sleeves, gave Fang Sui a faint smile, and intoxicatingly brought the empty cup to her lips and drank it all in one gulp. She didn't know that when she turned around, Fang Sui had already silently poured the poisoned wine in his hand onto the thick cloth, prepared in his other hand, and then pretended to drink with Feely, who turned around, but in fact they both drank from empty cups without wine. Putting down the wine glass, Fang Sui no longer had the mood to play along with Feely, so he suddenly apologized and left without looking back. Feely was a little surprised that Fang Sui left so cleanly. In her opinion, since Fang Sui had set his sights on her, she should have taken the opportunity to pester him. However, Fang Sui left without any hesitation. Feely whispered contemptuously, turned around and walked through the corridor and alley. In less than half a cup of tea, she arrived at another large hall in the dancer building. Heiemo and Penrose were already waiting in the hall. As soon as Feely came in, Heiemo asked, "How is it?" Feely laughed so hard that her chest rose and fell, attracting the attention of several men in the hall. Kinman's eyes were shining, and he wished he could swallow Feely. Feely was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd, and said lightly, "I used a little trick, and naturally deceived Fang Sui into believing it, and watched him drink the poisoned wine with his own eyes. This time, no matter how Fang Sui prepared, he would have no chance of turning the tables." She threw a coquettish eye to Pan Luosi, and said in a sweet voice, "I wonder how you are going to thank me." Pan Luosi laughed with a hint of meaning, "How about thanking you tonight?" This naturally caused Feely to be coquettish and unwilling, and the others laughed at the same time. After Fang Sui left, he specially chose to take a small wooden boat on the Nile River and take the waterway back to the sacrificial courtyard to enjoy the magnificent scenery of Thebes along the coast. Thebes is divided into two cities, the east and the west. The part built on the right bank of the Nile is the east city, which is where people live, and the pharaoh handles national affairs. The other side of the Nile, that is, the left bank, is called the west city, which is the temple and the burial place of the pharaoh after death. It is full of mystery, but not dead. Although there are relatively few people, it is not completely uninhabited. The famous Egyptian Valley of the Kings is not far from the west city. The two cities together form the huge, majestic and shocking city of Thebes. The east and west cities of Thebes are connected by the Nile River, and boats can travel on the river. Incredibly, in the center of the two cities, there is a majestic and magnificent stone bridge supported by huge pillars, spanning the river. Walking on it, you can see the scenery on both sides. This magnificent stone bridge is also an advanced architectural technology that far exceeds what humans of this era should master. But Fang Sui is no longer surprised, and does not feel that surprised. He watched the various buildings and sculptures on both sides of the river, and his mind was full of countless possibilities that existed in this era. Half an hour later, Fang Sui returned to the sacrificial courtyard. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered his residence, a servant came up to greet him and said respectfully, "The holy priest invites Priest Fang to meet him." Fang Sui was a little surprised. He remembered hearing from Nasei and others that under the high priest, the sacrificial court was divided into 4 sacred priests. The holy priest was one of them. I wonder why he suddenly appeared. When he followed the servants to a huge double-story stone hall with a width and length of more than 10 feet, Fang Sui's expression suddenly changed. He sensed a mysterious power that was difficult to describe clearly in the hall in front of him, which was attracting him inexplicably. At this time, a pleasant voice came from the hall in front of him, saying softly, "Priest Fang, please come in directly." Fang Sui was not polite, and he lifted the gauze curtain dancing in the wind, and walked into the hall. The hall was decorated with ancient charm, with curling smoke scattered everywhere. I don't know what kind of spices it was, overflowing from a half-person high bronze furnace in the center of the hall, filling the room, and smelling a bit like sandalwood. A quiet woman was sitting cross-legged on the smooth wooden mat beside the copper stove. She was about 30 years old, the best age for a woman to shed her immaturity and show the coexistence of wisdom and beauty. Her pretty face was facing Fang Sui sideways. At this angle, her side profile was particularly emphasized and full of spiritual lines, making her already beautiful face even more dazzling. The holy priest of the sacrificial courtyard was such a beautiful and elegant woman. But after Fang Sui entered the temple, his whole mind was not on the stunningly beautiful holy priest. He was looking at the bronze lamp placed on a small table in front of the holy priest. Before, outside the temple, Fang Sui had sensed that the inexplicable breath that attracted him came from such an ancient copper lamp. There was no flame burning on the tray of the lamp, but a dark red crystal that was crystal clear was placed on it in a very strange way, shining and flowing, with a unique color inside. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.